Chapter 1283. It was evident that the concealed sovereign already had a plan for his retreat. That treasured light stirred the space, causing the entire universe to freeze as it blocked the path of the trio. A treasure light with such an effect was naturally eye-catching. Yen Zhaoge vaguely guessed it and looked at Astro's sovereign. From his mother, Xue Chuqing, Yen Zhaoge knew that the new Kunlun 9 luminaries had studied the heaven-opening scripture together and established the world beyond worlds with the support of the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor and the North Star Emperor. At that time, he had once borrowed the power of a treasure to completely stabilize the grand world that was the world beyond worlds. At that time, although the new Kunlun 9 luminaries were all dragons and phoenixes among men, they were still at the perfected immortal realm. It was easy to destroy, but hard to build. Even if they read the heaven-opening scripture and worked together to establish the world beyond worlds, it would still not be easy as external help was required. About that treasure, when Yen Zhaoge was chatting with Mars Halberd had accidentally mentioned it, which confirmed its existence. However, even Mars Halberd didn't know what it was. The only person who knew about it was probably the person himself. The sword sovereign, Yu Shenbei, might only know that there was such a treasure, but he didn't know about it. As expected, when Yen Zhaoge looked towards the Astro Sovereign with an inquiring gaze, the sword sovereign, Yu Shenbei, also looked towards him. Astro Sovereign answered calmly, "In those years, we created the world beyond worlds with the help of the primordial heavenly lord's Triratna scepter of the Jade, clear lineage." So that's how it is. Yen Zhaoge put his palm to his forehead. The Three Treasures Jade Scepter was one of the supreme treasures of the Jade clear lineage's founder, the Lord of Primordial Beginning. Ever since the heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning had transcended, rumor had it that he had been worshipped in his dojo, the Jade Palace. After the great calamity, the former Kunlun mountain shattered along with the great Thousand Worlds. The Jade Illusory Palace was nowhere to be seen, and most of the Jade clear lineage had withered. There was no news of the treasures within the palace either. It was unknown if they had been destroyed or had gone missing. After hearing about the Triratna Jade Scepter, Yen Zhaoge and Yu Shenbei's thoughts started drifting. The Astro Sovereign Chen Xuanzong could understand their feelings. After all of them could be considered to be of the Jade clear lineage. When he had first heard the news that year, he had also been unable to remain calm, just like the two of them were now. "I do not know where the scepter came from. It was entrusted to me by the Longevity Emperor and the North Star Emperor back then," said Chen Xuanzong. "New Kunlun, truly worthy of its name." Yen Zhaoge first sighed before saying, "Right, the 10 directional wishful formation. Every 100 years or so, when the conflict between the heretics is the most intense, the world beyond worlds 10 exalts would gather at Kunlun Mountain and set up the 10 directional wishful formation, stabilizing the world beyond worlds' isolation from the heretics. As expected, this name isn't just for show." Yen Zhaoge looked at Chen Xuanzong and asked, "Could the Triratna Jade Scepter be in the world beyond worlds?" He was just curious. Even if the Triratama Jade Scepter was truly buried in the world beyond worlds, with their current cultivation bases, they would still be unable to retrieve it. The one in the world beyond worlds is a seal. If nothing goes wrong, the Triratna Scepter should be in the hands of the North Star Emperor. Astro's sovereign shook his head. Yen Zhaoge pulled back the corners of his mouth. Like that, then what was that situation just now? For so many years, Yang Su had been secluding himself in Kunlun Mountain most of the time. He was suppressing and stabilizing the seal. Astro Sovereign Chen Xuanzong said, "If the seal is stabilized, it would be able to create a formless barrier around the world beyond worlds to prevent the heretics from infiltrating." Yang Su understood seals the most. He must have researched some transformation techniques and borrowed the seal's power. This was originally for the sake of preparedness. Fortunately, there hasn't been any trouble in all these years. Chen Xuanzong said quietly. However, in the future, things might not necessarily be the same. Yan Zhaoge and Yu Xinbei both nodded. It wasn't only Yan Zhaoge and his mother who were the successors of the dim radiant emperor and the bright connection emperor. The exalted fire, Suo Mingzhang, had caused a huge mess. The immortal court would probably mobilize more forces to take revenge. The future of the world beyond worlds was still unknown. If that's the case, let's hurry up and return. When Heavenly Monarch Jiang returns, the situation might be reversed, said Yan Zhaoge. The three immediately returned to the world beyond worlds. Jiang Shen and Yang Su weren't here. Now, Yan Zhaoge could do whatever he wanted in the world beyond worlds. Naturally, he had to make full use of his time to prepare. Man proposes and God disposes. The premise of this sentence was that he had to do his best. The concealed sovereign, Yang Su, was forced to escape from the world beyond worlds. After traversing through the void for a while, his speed gradually slowed down. The injuries caused by the Astro Sovereign, Chen Xuanzong, were extremely deep. If he didn't take care of them soon, they might continue to linger on. In the end, they might injure his foundations, and it would be hard for him to recover. Chen Xuanzong really didn't waste his time. Yang Su smiled and shook his head. He was recuperating his body. In such a situation, other than his pale face due to his injuries, Yang Su didn't show any signs of frustration or nervousness. Instead, he was still at ease. While he was recuperating his injuries, he took out a yellowish talisman. After the talisman was burned, it turned into green smoke and disappeared. Yang Su wasn't in a hurry. He waited patiently. After a long time, he took out another yellowish talisman. On the originally empty talisman, vermilion runes suddenly appeared. After reading the contents, Yang Su kept the talisman and continued on his journey. He was neither too fast nor too slow. While recuperating, he hurried on his journey. He left the Tao universe where the world beyond worlds was located and arrived at the boundless outskirts of the void. After traveling for a few more days, Yang Su stopped in the void after traversing through layers of space. Then, he lit up another talisman. Next, he sat cross-legged in the void and recuperated his body quietly. This time, he didn't have to wait for too long. Very quickly, a figure appeared in front of him. This figure came without any signs. There was no flowing light, no ripples of energy, and no earth-shattering movements. However, it was as if he was taking a stroll in the cosmos. He arrived in an instant. The person who came was an old man. From his appearance, he seemed to be around 50 to 60 years old. However, he didn't look old. His face was serious, and his gaze was kind, as if he was a teacher in a private school. He was the legendary bigwig with the highest authority in the world beyond worlds for so many years. The previous earthly sovereign was now the central earth virtue, Earth Marquis, dominating Star Lord, the exalted earth luminary Jiang Shen. Congratulations on attaining the 5 Qis unification and ascending to the heavenly monarch realm, Taoist brother. When Yang Su saw him, he bowed and congratulated him. Taoist Yang, you don't have to be so courteous. Jiang Shen's tone was gentle as he extended his hand to support Yang Su. A warm aura entered Yang Su's body and instantly cleansed the remaining cold aura within him. I've let you down, Taoist brother, said Yang Su. The exalted earth luminary shook his head slowly. In these troubled times, it's not just a single person's fault. Yang Su asked, how's the matter regarding Taoist Suo? The old man shook his head and sighed. It's a long story. What happened this time has already exceeded the scope of our control. What we've been trying to avoid is about to become a reality. Mobile users, please browse M. Read for a better reading experience. Chapter 1284. After hearing Jiang Shun's words, Yang Su could not help but remain silent. After a while, he asked, "It's impossible that the Blessed Lands did nothing, right?" Although the battle between the Immortal Court and the Blessed Lands had calmed down, if one side showed an obvious weakness, the other side would definitely take advantage of it. "They will definitely take action," said Jiang Shun, "but the Immortal Court heretics have most likely found helpers to restrict the Blessed Lands." Demon race. Yang Su had a playful expression. "It can't be the 9 underworlds, right?" "It's hard to say. I have yet to receive any definite information." Jiang Shun's gaze was deep, but the trouble that Daoist Suwa has caused is too great. The Immortal Court will definitely not let this matter rest. The fragile balance that we have been maintaining is going to be broken. Yang Su asked, "Will the immeasurable Heavenly Lord personally take action?" Jiang Shun shook his head. "He probably won't. But if the Longevity Emperor or the Prime Clear Incongruence Divine Mother appears, I'm afraid he will take action." "Then, what about the North Star Emperor?" Yang Su asked. "If the Longevity Emperor doesn't appear, and the North Star Emperor is willing to take action, he will be able to control the situation and not give the heretics a chance to interfere. We can settle this ourselves." Jiang Shun had a worried expression. "The North Star Emperor has yet to pass down his decree, but 3 heavenly lords of the heretics have already come here." He lowered his head and sighed. 3 in the past, and 1 more recently. Now, just the heavenly monarchs alone have already died in the hands of Daoist Suwa. With 4 heavenly monarchs dead, it won't be easy for the Immortal Court heretics to fill the gap in such a short period of time. Yang Su smiled. "Are they trying to illuminate us to make up for it?" Jiang Shun did not smile. 2 heavenly lords of the heretics besieged him, but they did not manage to stop Daoist Suwa. Instead, they were killed by him in front of their faces. If they don't get back at him, they won't let this matter rest. Yang Su raised his brows. 2 heavenly lords of the heretics did not manage to stop him, and they even allowed him to kill them in front of their faces. The higher one's cultivation, the harder it was to cross the gap between different realms. The true immortals of the Taoism's 3 clear lineage could mostly deal with the profound immortal sovereigns of the Immortal Court heretics. In rare cases, they could even suppress the profound immortal sovereigns. Although they couldn't kill or injure the profound immortal sovereigns, they wouldn't suffer any losses. However, at the essence immortal heavenly lord level, he might still have an advantage against heretic heavenly lords of the same realm. However, it would be difficult for him to resist heretic heavenly venerables. Even if he was from the heretic Tao, being a heavenly venerable was a legend that shook the past and dazzled the present. The emergence of mighty heavenly monarch realm powerhouses depended more on fate and talent. Similarly, celestial master realm powerhouses could only be encountered and not sought. With Yang Su's background and knowledge, he had heard the news circulating. Most of the heavenly lords in charge of the Immortal Court were originally heavenly monarchs of Orthodox Taoism who had survived the Great Calamity and joined the Immortal Court. In the end, they had advanced further and become heavenly lords of the heretics. They were legendary powerhouses who had left their names in history, and their strength was outstanding. Even if they still couldn't compare to the true heavenly venerables of the Orthodox Taoism, they were still not people who could be looked down upon by those below the heavenly venerables. Although it was just a rumor, there would be no smoke without fire. If Yang Su was to analyze it, there would be some possibility of it being true. Taking a step back, even the heavenly venerables that the Immortal Court had nurtured and appointed were extremely powerful. Heavenly monarchs couldn't contend against them. Suo Yanlong, what level has your strength reached now? Yang Su asked with interest. Jiang Shin shook his head. regretfully, and didn't speak. He opened his palm, and 2 wooden sticks appeared in his hand. Yang-su looked at it and realized that the 2 wooden sticks were actually a walking stick. It was broken in the middle and split into 2. Looking at the appearance of the walking stick, Yang-su frowned. It feels similar to a treasure. I have never seen that treasure before, but it matches the appearance of the legend. Previously, the pill hall shook and appeared in the world again. Jiang Shun said slowly, I also felt it when I was in the void's outskirts. I avoided the heretics and went to investigate. Yang-su's eyes flashed. Pill hall, is it Taoist Xiao Junhuang? She succeeded in the past. She was just 1 step away from success. This time, Taoist Suo helped her to take the final step. Jiang Shun's expression was a little complicated, as if he was reminiscing. The demon race also sent experts. The one leading them was Lord Longevity God's white deer in the heavenly court's divine palace. Hearing Jiang Shun's words, Yang-su's gaze landed on the broken walking stick again. Is it really Lord Longevity God's coiling dragon walking stick? It's actually destroyed. He raised his head. Taoist Suo did it. That's right. Jiang Shun confirmed Yang-su's guess. If it wasn't for the pill hall's final situation and the immortal court heretics rushing over, that white deer would have died in his hands. Yang-su asked, Su Yanlong should still be in the virtual immortal realm, right? Jiang Shun sighed. Yes. Should I say that a martial god is indeed a martial god? Yang-su smiled and said, Suo Mingzhang is indeed Suo Mingzhang. In the past, the exalted gold luminary, Yan Xintang's title was rarely mentioned by anyone, other than being one of the 9 luminaries and establishing the world beyond worlds. His title of exalted gold luminary was passed down to the later generations. During the era when he was active, most people were used to calling him a very simple title with only 2 words, Sword God. This title was already sufficient to explain everything. Similarly, there was another person who had a very simple title, but it caused all martial art practitioners to gasp in admiration. Martial God Suo Mingzhang. Among the new Kunlun 9 luminaries, he was the first person to pass through the pure profound tribulation and become a profound immortal. He was also the first person to pass through the profound origin tribulation and become a virtual immortal. After the great calamity, he was the first heavenly monarch of the Taoism's 3 clear lineage, the invincible martial god, the war god, the invincible martial god, the roving jade heaven's profound sovereign, Gao Qingxian. The title of profound sovereign was actually a taboo. It was even more eye-catching than the title of North Yuzhenbei's sword sovereign. Actually, Gao Qingxuan's sovereign title was the Whirlpool sovereign. After Suo Mingzhang passed through the profound origin tribulation and ceased to be a profound immortal, only then did others refer to Gao Qingxian as the profound sovereign. During the era when Suo Mingzhang was a profound immortal, he was the indisputable profound sovereign. He was the number 1 profound immortal, the strongest sovereign. Indeed, a martial god is indeed a martial god. Jiang Shun's expression was filled with regret. Unfortunately, he's too willful. The dragon amongst dragons are usually complacent and carefree. Taoist Suo is like that, and so is Taoist Yan's descendants. Hearing that, Yang-su smiled and said, The father and son are indeed peerless geniuses. Especially Yan Zhaoga. He's practically unprecedented. Although he hasn't pushed open the immortal door, if he can maintain his current momentum, he's the only one that I feel can defeat Suo Mingzhang in the same realm. Truly, the new generation is replacing the old. Jiang Shun shook his head. When he reaches Taoist Suo's cultivation realm, I'm afraid he'll be even more lawless. Chapter 1285. He has talent, but he doesn't have self-discipline. In the end, He will only bring disaster to himself and others. Suo Mingzhang is a good example. The exalted earth luminary. Jiang Shun's gaze traversed through space, as if he was looking through the cosmos, and landed on the faraway world beyond worlds. Yang Se said, "Now, I only hope that the North Star Emperor can make a decisive move and prevent the heretics from getting involved too deeply. In this way, Taoist Suo's matter will be settled, and Taoist brother can set things right." Without Suo Mingzhang's interference, Jiang Shen, who had already become a virtual immortal heavenly monarch, naturally possessed the ability to rule over the world beyond worlds. The trouble that Taoist Suo has caused this time is too huge. It might cause the immortal court heretics to decide to invade our Tao universe. When that time comes, it would be a huge calamity. Jiang Shun's eyes were filled with worry. After the storm, how many would be left? I am unable to see what the result of this trial will be. Being in it, I can only try my best to save myself. Yang Su nodded silently. After pondering for a moment, he said, "I wonder if fellow Gao and fellow Ling will intervene." He was naturally referring to the exalted solar luminary Gao Han and the exalted lunar luminary Ling Qing, who had left the world beyond worlds and the Tao universe together with the southern extremity longevity emperor. Definitely, Jiang Shen's expression was very calm. He had known Gao Han and Ling Qing much earlier than he had known Yang Su. His understanding of the two who had survived the great calamity was much deeper than others. The pill hall ended up in Taoist Suo's hands. Or, Yang Su asked. Jiang Shenyan said, "He's not in fellow Taoist Suo's hands. The people from the outer path have arrived, so he's busy dealing with them." According to Taoist Zhang of the prime clear lineage, the pill hall might end up in the hands of Yan Zhaoga and his son. Yang Su shook his head slowly. What a pity, there might be more twists and turns. I can only hope that the heretics won't get it in the end. Although our paths are different, I must say that fellow Taoist Xiao is indeed a genius. Although she is not like Suo Yanlong, who is famous for his martial prowess, sometimes she is even more valuable. It is truly a pity that she has fallen. Hearing this, Jiang Shun did not speak. His gaze was serene. A figure seemed to appear in front of him. She was a beautiful woman with a noble temperament, a hint of domineering strength amidst her laziness, and a hint of determination and fortitude amidst her casualness. In the past, she had addressed him as Teacher Jiang, and he had also thought of her as the most talented junior and friend despite the difference in age. But in the end, they parted ways and even became enemies. Several thousand years had passed, and by the time Zhang Xian had received any concrete news of him, it was already news of his death. And now, he still had to compete with her successor. Jiang Shun's gaze fluctuated slightly before returning to normal. However, I really didn't expect fellow Suo to be so furious about fellow Xiao's death. Yang Se said. Jiang Shun said slowly, "The two of them used to be Tao companions in the past, but they had different aspirations, so they separated later on." Yang Su tilted his head slightly. Then, now that fellow Taoist Xiao has fallen, could it be that fellow Taoist Suo wants to change his tune? "It's not impossible," Jiang Shunwei said. "So, he's not just avenging Junhuang. After this disaster, it's just the beginning. He may no longer be neutral, but will side with His Majesty and fellow Taoist Gao." Yang Se shook his head. This isn't good news. Previously, he had already killed his way out from the encirclement of the immortal court heretics. Now he might have returned to the world beyond worlds, Jiang Shun said, and strode forward. "We have to return as soon as possible." Yang Su walked with him. As they walked, he asked, "Fellow Taoist Chen has escaped. Has fellow Taoist Chen heard about it?" "I've heard of it. It's expected that fellow Taoist Chen would help fellow Taoist Yan's descendant." Jiang Shun sighed and said, It's a pity that he couldn't consider the big picture and was trapped in his own personal matters, just like in the past. The old man passed through layers of void and left behind a sigh. The storm is coming, and it's just around the corner. Concealed Sovereign Yangtze nodded. Yes. The two figures turned into streams of light and disappeared into the vast void's outskirts, heading towards the Tao universe. Demon universe, astro mountains, starry seas. Amidst the vast universe, there was a vast world that connected the heavens and formed a vast universe. Rays of lights and clouds were circulating around the universe, making this place look like a fairyland. Outside of this world, within the cosmic void, a black wind passed through and arrived at this grand world, falling into it. Although the black wind was filled with bloodlust and evil intent, it restrained itself when it arrived at this world. After entering this world, there would be someone who would receive him. Within this world, there were many celestial mountains that were overflowing with spiritual chi. The black tornado arrived at one of the celestial mountains and entered a cave manor. There was already someone waiting for him in the cave manor. Upon seeing him, he smiled and said, "Didn't you receive the decree and leave the astro mountain's starry seas?" "I'll leave immediately." The black wind dissipated, and a figure appeared. He sat on the futon on the ground with familiarity. "Before I leave, I have something to tell you." The cave manor's owner smiled and said, "What is it that requires you to make a trip here?" "That old white deer almost died. The longevity god's coiling dragon crutch was broken, and he managed to escape with his life," said the black wind great demon. "Oh, who did it?" The cave manor's owner didn't seem to mind and asked casually. The black wind great demon said, "In the past, the awakened sky hall within the heavenly court's divine palace was used to store spiritual pills. It wasn't destroyed after the great calamity, and it still exists. That old white deer obtained a clue and went over there, but he suffered a huge loss. The awakened sky hall still exists." The cave manor's owner became interested. "What happened in the end?" "In the end, that old white deer was almost killed on the spot. How could he care about the awakened sky hall?" The black wind great demon snorted. The one who defeated him was the three clear lineage. The cave manor's owner said regretfully, "That old deer should have been killed. He was too greedy and wanted to take everything for himself. However, he didn't even look at his own capabilities and ended up benefiting others." He looked at the black wind great demon. "Are you thinking of going to the Tao universe and fight for the awakened sky hall with the three clear lineage? You have a mission on your shoulders. That's why I'm here to see if you're willing to take action," the black wind great demon said. "After everything is done, don't forget to share some of the benefits with me." The cave manor's owner thought about it seriously and said, "Let's wait and see. If we take action now, it'll be the same as helping the immortal court. It'll be disadvantageous to our plan. However, after everything is done, we can look for an opportunity." "You're overthinking too much." The black wind great demon was shocked. The cave manor's owner smiled faintly. "I've waited for so many years. Why do I need to rush? You, on the other hand, have a heavy responsibility on your shoulders. Don't be careless and delay the important matter." The black wind great demon chuckled. "I won't delay the important matter. However, it's just a small matter. The bald donkeys of the blessed lands of Saha are used to having a smooth life. Now that they're too complacent, it's fine to teach them a lesson. In any case, don't delay the important matter. I don't want to wait for tens of thousands of years." The cave manor's owner said indifferently, "I don't want it either. We've waited for too long." The black wind great demon stood up and transformed back into a black tornado. He left the cave abode of immortals and left this fairyland-like world. He traveled far away and left the Astro Mountains' starry sea, where the demon clan lived and rested. Chapter 1286. After concealed sovereign Yangtze left, Yen Zhaoge and the others returned to the world beyond worlds. Before the exalted earth, luminary and concealed sovereign returned together, Yen Zhaoge could do whatever he wanted in the world beyond worlds theoretically. However, Yen Zhaoge didn't have that much time. Now wasn't the time for weapons to enter the warehouse. On the contrary, it was precisely the night before the storm that was about to come. The Heaven Emperor didn't return to the illusory coming peak. The earthly young Master Chen Kunhua, who had secretly returned to the Qianhua Peak, immediately left. The Western Exalt Lang Qing even went into hiding, leaving the world beyond worlds as well. Only the encompassing Emperor Li Jun tried his best to meet the Astro Sovereign and the Sword Sovereign. In the end, he left with a heavy heart. The high-level experts of the world beyond worlds were well informed, and the atmosphere was unprecedentedly depressing. The atmosphere among the middle and lower-level martial artists wasn't so heavy. Everyone was more concerned about the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion's recent actions. Without many people knowing, Yen Zhaoge and his mother, Xue Chuqing, had traveled through many mountains and rivers, carved invisible marks, and perfected their plans step by step. Young Master, the Candle's Sunlight Emperor died in your hands. Ahu asked curiously while grinding the cinnabar for Yen Zhaoge. To be precise, he was captured and suppressed by me. Then he died under Mars Halberd's sharpness. Yen Zhaoge held the brush in his hand and dipped the tip of the brush into the cinnabar. Then he wrote on a purple talisman paper and answered casually. The black-clothed brocade emperor was also in the same situation. Yen Zhaoge quickly wrote down one rune after another. Although the other 6 opponents outside the world beyond worlds were true immortal emperors, they were relatively weak. So they died in my hands. After deliberately avoiding the name of the immeasurable heavenly lord and the details of the immortal court, he could still talk about some simple things with the people of the broad Creed Mountain, so that they could have a general idea of the level of the enemies. I captured them, and then used their attacks against each other, using their spears against their shields, so that they would beat each other to death. After Yen Zhaoge wrote the last stroke, he looked up and down, and nodded with satisfaction. Strictly speaking, I still can't kill them with my own hands, right? Ahu sighed wryly. That's too bad. Young Master, there has never been a single person in this world who could kill a martial saint barehanded. That's right. Yen Zhaoge raised his head slightly towards the sky, falling into a daze for a while, before smiling leisurely. Still, it might not be completely impossible. Ahu's eyes lit up. Young Master? Yen Zhaoge stroked his lower chin, pondering as he said, the rules of the great Tao of the heavens and earth are the rules of the circumference. If one does not transcend, they would have to follow these rules. The rules are there, and everyone has to follow them. However, there might be a chance to find a loophole in the rules. Right now, it's just a hypothesis. Whether it will work or not, we'll only know after we test it out. As Yen Zhaoge said this, he took up the purple talisman that was fully inscribed with vermilion patterns. The talisman paper combusted on its own, transforming into green smoke which coiled in midair without dispersing. Then it entered the soil of the world beyond worlds down below, vanishing without a trace. However, I need to gather all the later Heaven 6 scriptures of the Jade clear lineage first. I was originally planning to rob the Western Turtle Heaven territories, Nongli Mountain, and the Central June Heaven territories, Kunlun Mountains, Qianhua Peak. However, there's no need to go through so much trouble now. The Astro Sovereign and the Exalted Fire would be able to gather them all. As Yen Zhaoge said this, he continued on his way to his next destination. Ahu followed behind him. Young Master, I feel that it wouldn't be too troublesome for you to rob Nongli Mountain and Qianhua Peak. Of course, it wouldn't be troublesome. However, Lang Shifang and Chen Kuanhua left early enough. They must have taken all the valuable things away temporarily. Yan Zhaoge shrugged. It's not worth it to waste time looking for them. There are more important things that need to be done. The one who laughs last will laugh the best. Although he could do whatever he wanted in the world beyond worlds now, the outcome of the battle between the two sides had yet to be decided. Yan Zhaoge wrote words with vermilion brush and purple talisman, traversing the mountains and rivers of the world beyond worlds. Everything he did was combined with the process of Shui Chuqing, setting up the area latitude formation. Therefore, he didn't have to worry about others figuring out his plan based on his whereabouts. After going to a few more places and engraving the runes into formlessness, Yan Zhaoge received a piece of news. Exalted fire luminary Suo Mingzhang had returned. After meeting up with his mother Shui Chuqing, Yan Zhaoge asked, "Do you want to go with him?" "Of course." Shui Chuqing let out a long sigh. Isn't the Tsanghua divine tree that great grand master transformed with the exalted fire luminary? After thousands of years, the exalted fire luminary had returned to the world beyond worlds. When Yan Zhaoge and his mother arrived at the Kunlun Mountain, they saw a short-haired young man standing quietly in the air above the mountains. He lowered his head and looked down without saying anything. Beside the short-haired man stood two people. They were the Astro Sovereign and the Sword Sovereign. Senior Suo, Astro Sovereign, Senior Apprentice Uncle Yu. Yan Zhaoge and Shui Chuqing greeted them. The Astro Sovereign and the Sword Sovereign nodded slightly. Suo Mingzhang also turned his head and looked at them. "You two don't have to be so courteous." His expression was calm, and his aura was calm. He wasn't as unstoppable as when he attacked from the pill hall by the void's outskirts. It was as if a devil god had descended upon the world. "How's the white deer demon?" After greeting him, Yan Zhaoge asked curiously. Suo Mingzhang said, "He used the longevity god's cane to block my attack and ran away." He didn't explain the details of the incident. Instead, he said, "As for the heretics, many people came after me. I managed to shake them off, and they won't let it go easily. They might come to the Tao universe and the world beyond worlds later." Yan Zhaoge nodded slowly. The current situation had already expanded to the point where no one could control it. The entire Tao universe was about to welcome a tribulation. Whether the tribulation was big or small, how to resolve it, and what kind of consequences it would bring were all unpredictable. After dealing with the troubles that Jiang Shun might bring to you, I will leave on my own. Suo Mingzhang looked at the vast world of the world beyond worlds in front of him and said, "However, there might still be a few heretics staying behind to continue targeting you." The Sword Sovereign and the Astro Sovereign's expressions didn't change. Yan Zhaoge said, "I have some plans to deal with them, but I don't know if I can make it in time." Suo Mingzhang nodded and said, "I want to bring Jun Huang to the pill hall to have a look. Please follow me." Yan Zhaoge brought Shui Chuqing and ascended first. He broke through the boundaries of the world and arrived at the void outside of the world beyond worlds. The exalted fire, Suo Mingzhang, and the Astro Sovereign, Chen Xuanzong, followed closely behind. The Sword Sovereign, Yu Zhenbei, had already been to the pill hall before, and he was now guarding the world beyond worlds. The white jade hall that seemed like a divine palace in the heavens showed its form in the void under the illumination of the purple clouds and golden radiance. The hall's door opened, and everyone entered inside. Suo Mingzhang looked around the hall and was slightly dazed. "Jun Huang, we're here." He opened his palm lightly, and a brilliance was released from his palm. a spirit tree grew from within and instantly became a towering tree. The tall spirit stood in the middle of the pill hall. The green leaves were swaying and white flowers were blooming. They moved without any wind, and there seemed to be wind chimes ringing within the hall. Chapter 1287. The tall and straight Tsanghua tree stood within the pill hall's cosmic void. It overturned the cosmos and pierced through the void. Seeing this Tsanghua tree, Xue Chuqing slowly bowed down. Disciple Xue Chuqing greets Great-Grand Master. Yan Zhaoge looked at the tall spirit tree and bowed down as well. The exalted wood luminary, Xiao Junhuang, was the same as the exalted gold luminary, Yan Xintang, and his wife. With their cultivation and lifespan, they could be considered to have died young when they died. It was also because of the sacrifice of countless ancestors like them that there was hope for the revival of the three clear lineage. As the later generations, they were all the beneficiaries. The tall Tsanghua trees leaves swayed in the hall's cosmos without any wind blowing. Suo Mingzhang looked at the spirit tree and remained silent for a long time. After Yan Zhaoge and Xue Chuqing stood up, they also remained silent. The astro sovereign, Chen Xuanzong, cupped his hands towards the spirit tree and let out a soft sigh. I heard that Yan Xintang and Di Qinglian had created a brand new supreme martial art, and it was inherited by your father. After a long time, Suo Mingzhang broke the silence and turned around to look at Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge knew that Mars Halberd must have told Suo Mingzhang about it. However, Mars Halberd obviously didn't know about the details. He answered, "To be precise, my father and my mother didn't complete this supreme martial art. They grew up together with my father. After being nurtured by the grand simplicity splendor cloud for more than 2,000 years, they completed the initial framework and appeared in the world together. After that, as my father practiced martial arts, his cultivation realm kept on increasing, and he studied the laws of heaven and earth. The power of this supreme martial art had already matured from its initial form. However, there's still a long way to go before it can be truly perfected. I'll progress together with my father." Yan Zhaoge didn't hide anything from Suo Mingzhang and told him everything. The heaven-opening scripture and the immortal exterminating sword scripture's head and tail resonated with each other. After being harmonized by grand simplicity, boundless changes were born between the head and tail. It's just like the changes of creation. Its momentum is unstoppable. Suo Mingzhang nodded slightly. "It seems like it's the opposite of mine. Fellow Taoists, Yan Xintang and Di Qinglian, your dreams have come true. Congratulations. It's a pity that I can't discuss it with them personally." He let out a soft sigh. "Where is your father now? Can I take a look at this lost art?" It was a little disrespectful to say such words. Even if Suo Mingzhang's cultivation and seniority far surpassed Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di, and even surpassed Yan Xintang and Yan Di in the past, such a request was still extremely rude. However, Suo Mingzhang did not look arrogant at all. Instead, he looked quite serious. "When your ancestor first came up with this idea, he discussed it with me. Some of his ideas might be beneficial to your father." Of the new Kunlun 9 luminaries, Suo Mingzhang's relationship with Yan Xintang was mediocre, and they could not be considered close friends. However, both of them were peerless geniuses. Suo Mingzhang was especially fond of studying the principles of martial arts and had many exchanges with Yan Xintang. Among the 9 luminaries, other than their best friend Chen Xuanzong, only Suo Mingzhang knew about Yan Xintang and his wife's initial concept of the creation saber. Although he hadn't seen Yan Di fight with others with his own eyes, he could roughly guess what had happened after hearing some rumors from Mars Halberd and confirming it with what he knew in the past. Now that the creation saber had become a reality, Suo Mingzhang felt happy. Unfortunately, the old friend who proposed the concept had already died 1,000 years ago. On the other side, the astro-sovereign, Chen Xuanzong, stood there calmly without saying a word. However, he seemed to be daydreaming as well. Among the new Kunlun 9 luminaries, the two of them were eccentric. Suo Mingzhang only interacted with the exalted Wood luminary, Xiao Junhuang in private. Most of his interactions with others were limited to martial arts. As for Chen Xuanzong's close friend in the 9 luminaries, it was the exalted gold luminary, Yan Xintang. After Chen Xuanzong came back to his senses, he looked at Suo Mingzhang and nodded. In the past, Taoist Suo had opened his own path of cultivation and had gone deeper than us in this aspect. It was similar to Xintang and his wife's exploration. Xintang had also looked for Taoist Suo to discuss with him. For example, Yan Xintang's jade illusory heaven-opening sword, Chen Xuanzong's profound cold saber, Jiang Shen's yin-yang earth-heaven-breaking hammer, Yang Su's Kata-dim encompassing mantra, and other martial arts were created by combining various supreme martial arts that they had cultivated. The jade illusory heaven-opening sword contained the wind of opening the heavens. The profound cold saber contained the water of opening the heavens. The yin-yang earth-heaven-breaking hammer contained the earth of opening the heavens. And the Kata-dim encompassing mantra contained the primordial darkness before the heavens were opened. Although they seemed to be walking in a single direction, other martial arts had already been integrated into them. They were no longer just derived from the jade, clear, heaven-opening scripture. Therefore, all the martial arts had their own uses. They weren't inferior to martial artists who cultivated the heaven-opening scripture alone. Of course, this was referring to their current realm. If they continued to advance, they still needed to expand their path and explore. They couldn't stop. Unlike the heaven-opening scripture, the primordial Heavenly Lord's grand Tao was extremely profound. It only depended on how much the cultivator could comprehend. Of course, Chen Xuanzong and the others could only cultivate the heaven-opening scripture. However, when one cultivated martial arts to a certain level, they would be able to comprehend the principles of the heavens and earth. If different people learned the same supreme martial art, the results would be vastly different. Only by learning from the predecessors and fitting in with oneself would one be able to walk on the path smoothly. However, the height one could reach on this path would also differ from person to person. Some people's path could continue to climb upwards, while others might have difficulties. Before the Great Calamity, the flourishing era of martial arts where hundreds of schools of thought contended for supremacy and countless exquisite martial arts appeared together. Of course, Yin Zhaoge was clear about this. However, what the astro-sovereign said made him realize something different. Although Chen Xuanzong and the others' unique supreme martial arts, including Yan Xintang's jade illusory heaven-opening sword, weren't derived from the heaven-opening scripture and didn't belong to the heaven-opening scripture, some of the subtle changes in the concepts were even more profound than the heaven-opening scripture itself. However, these supreme martial arts were still deeply related to the heaven-opening scripture and the other martial arts that Chen Xuanzong and the others cultivated. However, there was an exception. That was the creation saber that Yan Xintang and Di Qinglian had created together. In the end, Yan Di had completed the embryonic form of the creation saber. The concept of this martial art was actually different from the heaven-opening scripture. In fact, it wasn't even defined by the Jade, clear lineage's martial arts. Naturally, it didn't belong to the prime, clear, supreme martial arts either. It could be said that it was still an orthodox Taoism, but it was different. According to the astro-sovereign's words, Suo Mingzhang's martial arts cultivation seemed to be starting from scratch too. Thank you for your kindness, Senior Suo. However, I still need to ask my father's opinion. Yin Zhaoge cupped his hands. With a thought, the cosmos void, that everyone was enchanged. After that, a door of light appeared in front of everyone. After the door of light opened, there was another world inside. This was a pill room within the pill hall. Yan Di was currently in seclusion. He wasn't in seclusion, so Yan Zhaoge wasn't afraid of disturbing his father. After knowing Suo Mingzhang's intention, Yan Di didn't reject him. "Thank you, Senior Suo." Not to mention Suo Mingzhang's kindness, the Creation Saber's characteristics couldn't be taught to outsiders. Even someone like Suo Mingzhang could only experience it and couldn't comprehend it. To a certain extent, this was also one of the limitations of the Creation Saber. In other words, this was the proof that this peerless, supreme martial art wasn't completed yet. After Yan Di unleashed his saber, Suo Mingzhang smiled. Yan Xintang and Di Qinglian's descendants aren't in vain. Chapter 1288. Your saber momentum has already begun to show signs of life. It is correct to insist on only advancing and not retreating. Many martial arts may be about advancing and retreating according to one's heart, combining positive and negative, and being able to move freely. But for you, that is an evil path. The momentum of the world has always been rolling forward. Those who fall into a predicament of going against the momentum should be your opponent, not yourself. For you, the current problem is that the general framework has already been set up, but it's too empty and needs to be perfected. It wasn't to fill in the details, but to turn illusory into reality, so that the concept of nothingness could be verified and matched with the real world of creation. Only then could one land on the ground. What's rare is that you've already realized this. I don't need to say any more. Suo Mingzhang looked at Yan Di with a lot of praise in his eyes. Yan Di said calmly, "The momentum is moving forward. In the changes of creation, there's also the old and the new. Getting rid of the old and welcoming the new, breaking down and establishing. This is also the momentum of the world." He straightened his 5 fingers like a saber and calmly chopped forward. "I haven't experienced the real change of eras, but it does exist. It's not just a concept that the historical records divide the eras." "Not bad. Your thinking is correct." Suo Mingzhang nodded and said, "Yan Xintang and Di Qinglian have successors. This supreme martial art that you've created together will definitely be an unparalleled achievement." A rare look of joy appeared between his brows. He smiled and said, "It's really nice to see such a supreme martial art appear in the world. It'll ease the depression in my heart a little." Yan Di said, "Senior, you flatter me. The road ahead is long and full of thorns. I'll try my best, but I'll never stop moving forward." Suo Mingzhang nodded and turned to look at Yan Zhaoge. "You're walking the path of cultivating the 3 clear lineages together." Senior Suo's eyes are like torches. Yan Zhaoge smiled slightly and didn't deny it. Suo Mingzhang also smiled. "Well done." He looked at Yan Zhaoge for a while and said, "If you have the peerless heavenly scripture of the Jade Clear lineage or the chaos extinguishing origin scripture, your path will be a little easier. However, it's just a little easier. It's still more difficult than ascending to the heavens." This is a person trying to walk 3 old paths at the same time, but it's also a brand new path. Hearing his words, Yan Zhaoge's heart jolted slightly, but his expression remained composed. "I will constantly spur myself on. I'm really looking forward to seeing your attitude of continuous improvement in the future and seeing more different scenes of the great Tao of the world." Suo Mingzhang placed his hands behind his back and walked out of the pill hall. "The Sanghua Divine Tree will be left here temporarily. Please take care of it." Yan Zhaoge, Yan Di, and Xue Chuqing's family exchanged looks before Xue Chuqing answered. "With great grandmaster's remains here, this disciple will definitely do her best." "That's good." Suo Mingzhang exited the pill hall and stood within the cosmos void. He turned his head back and looked at the pill hall that was floating within the void. He looked at the territories of the world beyond worlds far away. His gaze was distant and peaceful. The tall, short-haired man sat cross-legged in the cosmos with his eyes closed, waiting calmly, waiting for the storm to come. Within the pill hall, Yan Di looked towards Yen Zhaoge. From today onwards, I shall enter death's seclusion. Yen Zhaoge nodded. I'll take care of the outside. I still need some time to prepare for the world beyond worlds. If the heretics arrive first, even if the exalted fire lured them away, he would still be held back by them. After that, the exalted earth luminary would be unstoppable. The Astro Sovereign said quietly, if nothing goes wrong, Taoist Jiang will try his best to return to the world beyond worlds before the heretics. Yen Zhaoge spread his palms apart. Instead, I hope that the exalted earth luminary will arrive later. Otherwise, we'll have to worry about the North Star Emperor's actions. Everyone became silent upon hearing that. Yen Zhaoge pondered and said, the situation this time is very chaotic. There might be a lot of people who want to interfere with this. Previously, I didn't dare to say that my guess was correct. However, after seeing Mother's area latitude formation that was basically completed, after the exalted solar luminary Gao Han's guidance on the area latitude formation, I can confirm that my previous guess is correct. Yen Zhaoge lightly rubbed his temples. Of course, no one can say for sure who will be in control of the situation in the end. Yan Di nodded slowly after hearing that. It's fine as long as the general direction is right. Man proposes, God disposes. There aren't many things that are guaranteed to succeed in this world. Yeah, Yen Zhaoge squinted his eyes. After bidding farewell to Yan Di and Xue Chuqing, Yen Zhaoge returned to the world beyond worlds with the Astro Sovereign. At the same time, in the world beyond worlds, the northern profound heaven territory, the extreme north, within the void, there was a dimensional passageway connecting to the land of tranquil stream. Turbulence was constantly happening there. The Northern Exalt had been living in seclusion for the past few years. As for the conflict between the Broad Creed Mountain, the Jade Capital Crag, the Jade Sky Peak, the Chelan Cliff, and the restful Immortal Valley, he remained silent. The token plate of the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion was also present in the Cloud Pavilion Mountain's profound remnant locale under the Northern Exalt. The Northern Exalt's attitude towards dealing with the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion seemed to be tacitly allowing it. However, he didn't personally come into contact with it. Most of the time, the Northern Exalt didn't even stay at the profound remnant locale. Instead, he moved to the extreme north and paid attention to the spatial laws here. He was also wary of the changes and encroachment of the land of tranquil stream. Yen Zhaoge and the encompassing emperor had asked him to pay attention to the news of Feng Yunsheng. He had agreed to it. However, other than that, he didn't have much contact with them. The old man stood in the wind and snow, looking at the faraway horizon. He saw many black lines appearing and disappearing from time to time. His mind moved slightly. He felt something, and his gaze focused. This feeling doesn't seem like a great demon, but like a human. After thinking for a while, the Northern Exalt took out a jade talisman and crushed it. Then, with him as the center, rays of light spread out and enveloped the entire vast frozen land of the extreme north. Wherever the rays of light shone, the cracks in the void gradually became still. This wasn't entirely due to the Northern Exalt's cultivation. Instead, it was because the restrictions of the world beyond worlds had started working. The restrictions of the Northern Profound Heaven territory were especially sensitive to the 9 underworld's devils. They were specially set up to guard against the land of tranquil stream, which might be connected to this place. After a while, the feeling of someone approaching became more obvious. However, the Northern Exalt also felt that it was getting more and more familiar. She has returned by herself. The old man was a little surprised as he frowned. However, it is also possible that she is already the exalted Rahu luminary. Soon, a powerful will was transmitted over. Broad Creed disciple Feng Yunsheng greets the Northern Exalt. The Northern Exalt was silent for a while before saying, "Is it little friend Feng, or the exalted Rahu luminary? I am still a junior." The other party answered frankly, "However, the exalted Rahu luminary is in charge for at least 30% of a day." The Northern Exalt said, "The Sword Sovereign will be here soon. If you don't mind, why don't you wait for a while? This old man can also inform your fellow disciples. They will definitely be overjoyed to know that you have returned safely." He wasn't really worried about the exalted Rahu luminary, Jian Shenhua. Instead, he was worried about the great demon transforming and taking advantage of the situation. Chapter 1289. While talking, the Northern Exalt was also silently divining the background of the person who came. Before Feng Yunxing's disappearance, her cultivation was rather low. It wasn't hard for the Northern Exalt to calculate her background. However, considering the relationship between the exalted Rahu luminary Jian Shenhua, this calculation might not be accurate. At the same time, after Yen Zhaoge and the encompassing emperor returned to the world beyond worlds, they mentioned to the Northern Exalt that Jian Shenhua wanted to use Feng Yunxing's rebirth to secretly target the great devils of the 9 underworlds. She wanted to seize the great devil's authority as well. If Jian Shenhua used Feng Yunxing's rebirth, she would have to start from Feng Yunxing's cultivation. Although she was familiar with the path and her speed of improvement would be extremely fast, she still needed time to accumulate experience. However, if the top-notch evil devils of the 9 underworlds were involved, the situation would be different. The divinity empowerment could be said to be the fastest method to greatly improve one's cultivation within a short period of time. It even surpassed secret arts like the 7 Paths pivotal instrument and the thick spirit essence gathering art. From a certain perspective, it wasn't a ritual to aid one's cultivation. Instead, it was a method to allow a great devil of the 9 underworlds to be reborn. It was a method to allow a top-notch great devil that had perished to return to the mortal world. Rebirth, not reincarnation. As such, after a short period of weakness and growth, one would quickly return to their peak. For humans, even 10,000 miles in a day wasn't enough to describe the speed at which one's cultivation rose, let alone 1,000 miles in a day. In the past, the devil of aged metal used Yin Shiyang's body as the sword devil and was reborn. The water devil used Chu Heng's body as the ice devil and was reborn. However, not long after they were reborn, they were killed by Yan Xintang and Chen Xuanzong. The 2 great devils were still in their weakened state. Although their strength started to rise, they perished once again due to the lack of a crucial moment. Actually, if they were given more time, they could quickly improve and return to their peak. The Northern Exalt agreed with Yen Zhaoge's point of view. For someone as prideful as the exalted Rahu luminary, Jian Shenhua, the fortune she wanted was definitely not something an ordinary great devil could compare to. With Jian Shenhua's tranquil, profound, immortal cultivation, only a target equivalent to the Taoism heavenly monarch realm could catch her eye. In fact, it might even be higher. Under such circumstances, if she succeeded, her strength would skyrocket after experiencing the divinity heavenly monarch realm. In this way, it was hard to say whether Feng Yunsheng or Jian Shenhua's current cultivation was real or not. If she succeeded, the divinity great, the Northern Exalt, would be the same. At the very least, The Northern Exalt could feel that although the other party did not have any hostility towards him, his strength was extremely strong. At the very least, he had already pushed open the immortal door. If not for the world beyond worlds forming restrictions against the 9 underworld's evil devils, the Northern Exalt alone would not have been able to keep them at bay. Her cultivation base is very high. I can't see through her. Fortunately, I can still see some of her past. She didn't purposely conceal her fate. The Northern Exalt quickly deduced. Fong. Chun, devil Tian Fong of it. Devil. Yen, Tian devil, times Tians north of the heaven. Heaven King Tian. T was the Feng's Fong. King devil, XT, heaven. Fong, in particular, he had to be vigilant to see if there were any demons lurking behind, intending to take advantage of Feng Yunxing's opening of the door. Therefore, the Northern Exalt remained cautious, as he did not open the barrier. At the very least, when the Sword Sovereign, Astro Sovereign, and Yen Zhaoga arrived, the risk would be much lower. While he was not involved in the current turmoil of the world beyond worlds, the Northern Exalt was well aware of the impending storm. At this time, it was even easier for others to take advantage of the chaos. As soon as he noticed the abnormality, he immediately crushed the Jade Talisman and contacted the Sword Sovereign, Yu Zhenbei. He should arrive very soon. Your fellow disciples will definitely be overjoyed to learn of your return. This old man will inform them of this good news right now, the Northern Exalt said. In that case, thank you, Senior. The woman's voice was refined and courteous. The Northern Exalt's hair stood on end, because this voice rang out from behind him. At the same time, the Northern Exalt discovered that he was already unable to move. A woman stood behind him, her feet stepping on his shadow. This woman had the appearance of Feng Yunsheng. She looked around at the world of ice and snow. Is this the world controlled by the North Star Empire? It's not a bad place. I really want to take over this place. The woman smiled. The little fellow that came out from this place is very outstanding. However, I still managed to find a flaw in her. With the help of her mechanisms, I was able to sneak into your world without anyone noticing. Although it could only be used by one person, of course, it's also because the North Star Empire and the others are currently holding each other back. They don't have the time to be wary of me. The Northern Exalt's heart shuddered. From her tone, he could tell that this wasn't Feng Yunsheng or the exalted Rahu, luminary, Jian Shenhua. This was the 9 underworld's top-notch great devil, the ancient devil. That little fellow kept wanting to return here. So, I'll just wait for her to fall into my trap. The woman arrived in front of the Northern Exalt. The shadow behind the old man defied the laws of nature. It followed the woman's footsteps and turned half a circle before arriving in front of the old man. If I caused too much of a commotion, the North Star Empire and the others might be alerted. The woman smiled and said, "You're a good cover." As she spoke, her appearance had already changed. Her gender and voice had also changed. In just an instant, the Northern Exalt saw an old man appearing in front of him. The old man had the same appearance as him. The two of them stood facing each other. Even the Northern Exalt himself couldn't tell the difference. It's not the imitation killing jade. It's not the form dispelling pill. I don't have to kill anyone, and I can't only transform into one person. At this moment, the Northern Exalt felt as if his soul was being annihilated. In an instant, many thoughts flashed through his mind as if he had regained consciousness. The reason why I couldn't see her wasn't because of the huge difference in cultivation. Instead, it was because I saw the illusion that she wanted me to see. This meant that the difference in strength between the two of them was much bigger than what he had expected, filling a person's mind with fake memories and making the other party think that it was real was much more difficult than simply making the other party lose their memories. He's so proficient in transformation. Even the circulation of my true essence is so perfect. However, he could actually infiltrate the Tao universe and the world beyond worlds. That's right. The exalted Rahu luminary had secretly set up a trap for herself. However, it ended up benefiting him instead. He even invited a wolf into his own house. The Northern Exalt stood still. His originally turbid eyes instantly emitted a shocking radiance. However, it was immediately extinguished. In front of him, the old man who had the same appearance as him smiled creepily. He raised his index finger and placed it in front of his lips. Shoo! Chapter 1290, with the Northern Exalt as the center, rays of light still enveloped the world. He seemed to be unaware of everything that was happening. However, the old man's soul had already been completely destroyed. His body sank downwards. The shadow beneath his feet seemed to have turned into a bottomless swamp. It devoured his body and disappeared. The rays of lights were transferred to the imposter. There was nothing abnormal about it. I can only maintain the current situation, but I can't control it. The imposter smiled. However, it doesn't matter to me. He stood quietly on the spot. The rays of lights around him gradually disappeared and returned to nothingness. The world in front of him returned to being a world of ice and snow. After a short while, a sword light streaked across the sky and arrived in front of the Northern Exalt in an instant. The person who came was wearing a high crown and ancient clothes. His expression was solemn. He was the sword sovereign, Yu Xinbei. There's a commotion in the land of tranquil streams' outskirts. Yu Xinbei scanned the surroundings. The rays of lights surged again. The Northern Exalt followed the etiquette and bowed towards Yu Xinbei without any abnormalities. He answered. A great devil changed his appearance and turned into the broad Creed Mountain's little friend Feng's appearance. He attempted to deceive the barrier and barge into our world beyond worlds. In the end, his whereabouts were exposed, and he retreated. The broad Creed Mountain's little friend Feng? The sword sovereign, Yu Xinbei's gaze turned solemn. The Northern Exalt nodded. Yes, I suspect that he might have come into contact with little friend Feng in the 9 underworlds. Or rather, he might have come into contact with the exalted Rahu luminary. This old man also wanted to investigate little friend Feng's whereabouts. Still, I did not dare to let her enter the world beyond worlds. I had originally intended to delay her, waiting for you, the sword sovereign, to arrive before trying to capture her. Still, the other party was vigilant as well. After realizing that this old man had already seen through her, she swiftly retreated. Yu Xinbei looked at the rays of lights in front of him and said, "It's better to be cautious when it comes to the 9 underworlds. Your actions and judgment weren't wrong." He turned his head and looked at the Northern Exalt. I'll have to trouble you to look after this place. No matter what happens in other areas, do not let your guard down regarding the 9 underworlds. As you command, Sword Sovereign, answered the other party calmly. Looking at the sword light leaving, the Northern Exalt smiled. The North Star Empire's world has produced quite a number of outstanding youngsters. He closed his eyes and carefully sensed it. After a while, his smile grew wider. Ha ha! Not only is the Gui water here, even the Wu Earth is here. This trip is indeed worth it. However, let's clean up our backyard first. The old man sat cross-legged on the snowy ground as usual, quietly looking at the faintly discernible domain cracks in the distance. All right, little fellow, come back quickly. A strange smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Your sect is about to encounter a great calamity, and they need you to rush back to face it together. Within the Kunlun Mountain, Yen Zhaoge and the Astro Sovereign were currently in the restful Immortal Valley, the cave manor of the concealed sovereign, Yangsu. As expected, there are no traces left behind. After carefully inspecting the place, Yen Zhaoge smacked his lips, not feeling disappointed. At that moment, a sword light flew over from the north. After landing, it revealed the Sword Emperor's appearance. Senior Apprentice Uncle Yu, Yen Zhaoge and Astro Sovereign looked over at the same time. The Sword Emperor shook his head. A great demon transformed into a human form and attempted to sneak into the world beyond worlds. Northern Guan wasn't fooled. That great demon left on his own before I arrived. Since it was something that had nothing to do with him, he naturally wouldn't mention the possibility of the great demon transforming into Feng Yunshan, which would make Yen Zhaoge worry. The 9 underworlds are also getting restless. Yen Zhaoge lightly rubbed his temples. Only I don't know if they are acting on their own or if they have made a deal with someone else. Since ancient times, the 9 underworlds had been the public enemy of the human world. Cooperating with the 9 underworlds was no different from inviting a wolf into one's house. However, the 9 underworld's great demons weren't completely irrational and bloodthirsty. Sometimes they would also exchange benefits with others to achieve their own goals, instead of blindly eroding others with greed. Of course, the premise was that the collaborator was strong enough. Otherwise, the collaborator would be eaten up by the great demon. Thinking of the 9 underworlds, Yen Zhaoge was a little worried. Now, he had personally visited the 9 underworlds several times, but he still couldn't find Feng Yunshan's whereabouts. Thinking about it, many years had passed since the two separated. Now, fallen deity Yen Zhaoge's name could be said to have shaken the entire Tao universe, not only in the world beyond worlds, but also in the roving jade heavens. The number of fangirls who were eyeing on the position of his Tao companion could probably encircle the entire Kunlun Mountain. There were countless people who were openly or secretly proposing marriage, let alone the female disciples of the Broad Creed Mountain who were infatuated with him. However, Yen Zhaoge had always been alone. It wasn't that he didn't have any desires towards the matters between a man and a woman. A fair and graceful lady is a gentleman's desire. This is human nature. However, in Yen Zhaoge's perspective, the core attribute of love, or rather, the first attribute was monopolization, followed by other attributes. It was the same for others and oneself. It was the same for a man towards a woman, and a woman towards a man. Monopolization didn't mean being exclusive, only while he desired to monopolize the other party. If their feelings were deep to a certain extent, he would be willing to satisfy the other party's desire to monopolize him as well. As such, he had always been searching and waiting for Feng Yunshan. As the saying goes, absence makes the heart grow fonder. However, after being separated for such a long time, normally speaking, their feelings would have already faded. What was left might only be a kind of obsession. It was an obsession of wanting to see the other party no matter what. It was an obsession of wanting this relationship to have a conclusion. There were only a few people who were as loving as Yen Di and Xue Chuqin. As Yen Zhaoge thought about it carefully, he realized that Feng Yunshan's voice and smile were still vivid in his heart, and it tugged at his heartstrings. In this aspect, he was very similar to Yen Di. However, after they met, he first had to properly teach this runaway wife of his, who had almost turned him into a wife stone. Am I being too insensitive? Yen Zhaoge thought, trying to find joy in the midst of bitterness. Wait, I seem to have overlooked something. Oh, I remember now. The corner of his mouth twitched a little. The divinity devil bestowment. In the end, I'm not the one who failed to be a husband and got beaten up instead, right? Did you discover anything here? Yu Jinbei asked, and interrupted Yen Zhaoge's random thoughts. Yen Zhaoge straightened his expression and looked around. The concealed sovereign cleaned everything up very cleanly. It's within my expectations. However, after traveling around the world beyond worlds again, I'm even more certain about one of my previous thoughts. He said softly, the exalted solar luminary, Gao Han, might be trying to take advantage of the situation. Although I still don't understand, other than my mother's area latitude formation, the exalted solar luminary seems to have other arrangements. Everything is waiting for an opportunity. After all, he hoped to use the exalted wood luminary, Xiao Juanwang's successor, to lure the exalted fire, Suo Mingzhong, back to the world beyond worlds. Now that Suo Mingzhong had returned, the upcoming chaos in the world beyond worlds might be the opportunity that Gao Han had been waiting for. In the following period of time, Yen Zhaoge was planning his own arrangements while studying the spatial heavenly scripture, and Hartsville heavenly scripture that he obtained from Suo Mingzhong and Chen Xuanzong. At a certain moment, a piece of news arrived. The exalted earth luminary, Jiang Shen, had finally returned to the world beyond worlds. Chapter 1291. When Yen Zhaoge heard from the Astro Sovereign, Chen Xuanzong, that the exalted earth luminary, Jiang Shen, had finally returned to the world beyond worlds, he let out a long sigh. It's about to begin. He checked his arrangements for the last time and calculated it's still a little rushed. It would be best if he had more time. However, that would be too idealistic. His opponent wouldn't wait for him according to his wishes. Yen Zhaoge remained calm. After making all the necessary arrangements, he said to the Astro Sovereign, "Sorry for troubling you, Your Majesty. I'll do my best." The Astro Sovereign, Chen Xuanzong's expression was calm as well. He nodded lightly. Then Yen Zhaoge left the world beyond worlds and arrived at the cosmic void outside of the boundaries. His main body headed towards the Pill Hall, where he had concealed his tracks, while the North Ocean clone headed towards another direction. Currently, in the cosmos outside of the world beyond worlds, a silhouette was sitting quietly with his legs crossed. Although they were separated by layers of void and boundless distance, the short-haired man's silhouette could be seen clearly by everyone in the cosmos. Wherever he was, it was as if he was the center of the cosmos. At the same time, he seemed to be everywhere. It was the exalted fire luminary, Suo Mingzhong. In front of him stood an old man who looked to be in his 50s or 60s. The old man's gaze was gentle, but his expression was solemn. Yen Zhaoge, who had seen his portrait countless times, naturally recognized him. He was the head of the world beyond worlds' three sovereigns, the earthly sovereign. Now, he had ascended to the virtual immortal realm and became the heavenly monarch, the exalted earth luminary, Jiang Shen. Just by the two of them standing there, the heavens and earth were dimmed, and everything around them was dimmed. It was as if only the two of them were real within the cosmos, and everyone else was just an illusion. As the North Ocean clone got closer, the familiar sonorous voice of the great Tao resounded in his ears again. However, the sonorous voice of the great Tao didn't suppress him at all. Instead, it felt even more profound, and he benefited a lot from it. When he got closer, he could see the sword sovereign Yu Jinbei and the concealed sovereign Yang Su standing beside Suo Mingzhong and Jiang Shen. Sensing the North Ocean clone's approach, the exalted earth luminary Jiang Shen and the concealed sovereign, Yang Su's gazes moved slightly and looked over. The Northern Ocean clone had a composed expression on his face as he cupped his hands in greeting. "For seniors, forgive me for only coming here as a clone. Please forgive me for my lack of manners." A descendant of fellow Taoist, Yen Xintang? Jiang Shen smiled slowly. "While this old man has not been in the world beyond worlds for a long time, the name of the fallen deity still resounds like thunder in my ears." There was no trace of mockery on his face. Instead, There was a hint of pity in his eyes. As a grand virtual immortal exalt, facing Yin Zhaoge, who had yet to push open the immortal door, and was still in the martial saint realm, Jiang Shen's tone was very calm, as if he was an old man casually chatting with Yin Zhaoge. An outstanding young man, like you will definitely achieve great things in the future. An old man, like me, should help protect you and pass on the torch. Only then will there be hope for the revival of our orthodox Taoism. Jiang Shen slowly shook his head. Unfortunately, fate makes fools of people. You became Yin Yoming's successor, and your mother is a legitimate descendant of Bright Connection, who, the Northern Ocean clone said, "Forgive this Yan's impertinence, but Elder Zhang's words are a little off. What the dim, radiant, and Bright Connection emperors did in the past not only benefited us juniors. Even you and the concealed sovereign benefited from it. After the immeasurable heavenly lord obtained all of the heavenly essence stones, he doesn't have to forcefully capture them. As long as the Taoism martial art practitioners know of his existence, no matter where they are, as long as he's willing, he can directly illuminate them through space." The Northern Ocean clone looked at Jiang Shen. Even a heavenly monarch like you, who has already achieved 5 Qis unification, might not be an exception. Jiang Shen didn't feel offended. He said plainly, "It's true. Whether it's Yin Yuming and who used their authority for personal gain or something, it's hard to say even now." He paused for a while before saying, "If it's true, we have to admit that not only this old man owes them a favor, but their contributions will also benefit the entire Orthodox Taoism. However, currently, and for a long time in the future, we can't publicly acknowledge them and praise them. In fact, even if it's true, what we're doing now won't change." The old man said calmly, "With the current situation, we have to do many things that go against our own will. However, no matter how difficult it is, we can only do it. All the merits and demerits now will be judged by the future generations. What we have to do now is to fight for a future for the future generations." Yin Zhaoge's North Ocean clone's expression didn't change at all. However, what kind of future would that be? It's true that the heretics are powerful now, and it's not easy to defeat them. However, it's also because of this that they won't let us, the Orthodox Taoism, rise up again. If it was still within the heretics' control, they might ignore it. However, once there were signs of it going out of control, they would definitely attack it. Even if it wasn't a destructive attack, it would definitely cause a huge setback and return to a controllable safe range. It was just like rearing sheep and then shearing the sheep, under the situation where they kept a low profile and were under the control of others. Unless there was a huge external change, it was almost impossible to break through such a seal from the inside. The situation isn't always the same. Jiang Shen clearly understood what Yin Zhaoge meant. He said calmly, "The world is far more complicated than what most people know. However, it might not necessarily be a change that's beneficial to us." Yin Zhaoge was similarly calm. Jiang Shen didn't object. No one could guarantee that the world would change as they expected, and that everything would be beneficial to them. Even the future Buddha and the immeasurable heavenly Lord couldn't do it. Facing this heavenly monarch bigwig who had an irreconcilable grudge against his sect, Yin Zhaoge remained calm. "Although I'm not on the same path as you, your efforts for the revival of Taoism are still praiseworthy. You've contributed a lot to the world beyond world's development." As he spoke, he calmly looked at the exalted earth luminary, Jiang Shen. "However, the world beyond worlds, even the roving jade heavens, and all of the 3 clear lineages have hope of reviving. The southern extremity longevity emperor, the incongruence divine mother, the exalted wood luminary, the dim radiant emperor, the bright connection emperor, and the others have also contributed a lot." The North Ocean clone extended his hand and flipped the back of his palm. "It's unrealistic to hope for us to give in and pay a part of the price in exchange for time and space. After all, our opponents wouldn't agree to it. The current fragile balance isn't because the heretics are kind to us. It's because we, the Orthodox Taoism, have borrowed the opportunity of the Pure Land and the immortal court restraining each other to carve out a path of survival. Other than the immortal court and the blessed land's mutual restraint, the most important reason why the heretics didn't completely fall out with us and made up their mind to annihilate our three clear lineage is because our three clear lineage has at least three heavenly lords. Chapter 1292, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor, the North Star Emperor, and the Incongruence Divine Mother were hovering by the outskirts. Once the immortal court or the blessed lands carried out a destructive attack on the world beyond worlds or the roving jade heavens, even if they didn't take revenge immediately, they would do so in the future. The immeasurable heavenly Lord and the future Buddha spent most of the time staring at each other. If they were careless and got entangled by their opponents, it would be hard for them to escape. Then, the three heavenly lords from the Orthodox Taoism would attack at the same time, causing a large-scale massacre in the heretics. Similarly, it could cause a destructive blow and destroy the foundation of their incense and faith power. With that, the heretics who suffered damage wouldn't be able to defeat the other party. Only the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor, and the others would have to take a huge risk. They might not be able to achieve their goals. They wouldn't do it unless they had no other choice. Just like what the exalted Earth luminary Jiang Shun had said, the current world situation was very complicated. The world didn't only have the immortal court and the blessed lands. At least, as far as Yen Zhaoge knew, there were also the demon race and the 9 underworlds. As they intertwined with each other, no one could guarantee that the world would change according to their wishes. Due to this, the three clear lineage that had been severely weakened after the Great Calamity managed to find a chance to revive by utilizing the fragile balance. Currently, the immortal court and the blessed lands couldn't put aside their conflicts and work together to deal with the Orthodox Taoism's lineage. However, as the three clear lineage grew stronger, other forces would be wary of them. The internal conflicts and conflicts within the three clear lineage were also one of the reasons why the heretics could tolerate the world beyond worlds. With one inside and the other outside, they were secretly helping each other. If the heretics wanted to touch one of them, the other would either intentionally or unintentionally hold them back, forming a form of protection. The existence and basic attitude of the world beyond worlds allowed the immortal court to not oppress the world beyond worlds so harshly, allowing them to develop to a certain extent. As for the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor and the others outside, they were constantly looking for opportunities. They were looking for the other party's loopholes, as well as their own opportunities. Only, the two sides had serious differences in their grasp of propriety, as well as who was the main and who was the support. If not for that, how could the internal strife be hidden from the eyes of others? Did they think the immeasurable heavenly Lord and the future Buddha, the existence of the North Star Emperor, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor, and the Prime Clear Incongruence Divine Mother, the three heavenly lords, are indeed our greatest reliance? The exalted Earth luminary Jiang Shun said calmly, "However, the heretics are powerful. We have no choice but to be cautious. Our goal is not to perish together with the heretics." Looking at Jiang Shun, Yen Zhaoge sighed softly, connecting this to what the other party had said before. He had a rough idea of what the other party was thinking. Even if the dim Radiant Emperor and the Bright Connection Emperor had truly achieved unparalleled feats in the past, they wouldn't be publicly acknowledged for a long time to come. Not only that, the hunt for the descendants of the two emperors would still be carried out in order to quell the rage of the immortal court and prevent them from taking revenge on the entire world beyond worlds. Perhaps it was precisely because the two emperors had plundered the heavenly origin stone's fragments that their contributions would last for generations. In order to further stabilize and protect the fruits of their victory, they had to try their best to avoid the negative effects of this matter in the future. Therefore, some sacrifices were unavoidable. I understand what old man Jiang is thinking. Unfortunately, I can't agree with you. It doesn't matter if you have the same standards for others or yourself. Yin Zhaoge raised his eyebrows lightly. On one hand, this matter involves my and my mother's lives. On the other hand, doing this might seem like sacrificing a few to save the majority. However, more intangible things have been sacrificed. Although we always say that as long as one is still alive, there will always be hope, some intangible things would be hard to awaken once they are sacrificed and castrated. Yin Zhaoge let out a turbid breath. A bad life is better than a good death. Perhaps this might be a wise saying for the commoners. However, to us martial art practitioners, it's not something good. Jiang Shun remained silent. The concealed sovereign, Yang Su, who had been smiling without saying a word, suddenly said, "Therefore, everything has been carried out in secret. On one hand, it's because the immeasurable heavenly Lord's illumination is too tyrannical. On the other hand, isn't it also because of this consideration? If it weren't for the fallen deity and you guys always going against our expectations, things wouldn't have escalated to this extent." Yin Zhaoge said plainly, "Indeed, those below the Exalt Martial Saint realm wouldn't know about it. However, those who have reached the Exalt realm and those who have pushed open the immortal door would know about it. This Yin has already interacted with the world beyond world's 3 sovereigns, 5 emperors, and exalts of 10 territories. Their attitudes are more neutral. Those who don't completely agree with you guys can be ignored. Those who completely agree with you guys, including the 2 of you, are able to maintain a clear mind, a firm will, and be able to differentiate between endurance and avoidance. How many of them are able to do so?" Yang Su didn't get angry when he heard this. He only laughed lightly. As expected, those who walk different paths can't work together. What a pity, what a pity. What the fallen deity said isn't without reason. Jiang Shin said gently, "Only the logic is the same. How many of them are able to differentiate between being proactive and being reckless?" Yin Zhaoge also smiled. For someone like the exalted earth luminary, Jiang Shin, who had lived for such a long time and had experienced so many things, how could his beliefs easily waver? Therefore, in the end, it was still the same. Those who walk different paths can't work together. Seeing the North Ocean clone's expression, Jiang Shin knew that although the person in front of him was young, he was also someone with his own ideas. He shook his head regretfully and turned to look at the exalted fire, Suo Mingzhang, who was sitting in the void with his eyes closed. Before the fallen deity, the most talented martial art practitioner I've seen was Dao Suo. His talent surpassed this old man by countless times. Unfortunately, he's the one who brought a huge calamity to our 3 clear lineage. Daoist Suo's momentary anger might seem impressive, but he only cares about his own happiness. The consequences will have to be borne by all of us, not only the world beyond worlds, even the prime clear lineage's roving jade heavens, and even the entire Dao universe that we're currently in might encounter a huge calamity. Jiang Shin's gaze was heavy. When this calamity arrives, all of our efforts, since the great calamity, might go to waste if we don't handle it carefully. Suo Mingzhang opened his eyes and looked at Jiang Shin calmly. Jiang Shin looked straight at him. "I've known you for thousands of years. You're used to being alone. Perhaps you're capable of shouldering the burden on your shoulders. However, the heretics wouldn't care about this. They would only put the blame on us, the orthodox Taoism's disciples. Now that the heretics are powerful, we still haven't accumulated enough strength to go against them. Even if the North Star Emperor and the others attack the heretics, it would only be taking revenge. It wouldn't help the three clear lineages' damaged foundation. Suo Mingzhang stood up from the void. However, he didn't look at Jiang Shun anymore. If the North Star Emperor has something to say, just say it. There's no need to borrow Jiang Shun's mouth. As he stood up, the entire Dao universe seemed to tremble. Everything within the universe seemed to have disappeared, and only Suo Mingzhang remained. Chapter 1293. Yu Jinbei and Yang. Su weren't the only two tranquil, profound immortals that seemed to have disappeared. Even the exalted earth luminary, Jiangshin, who was also a grand virtual immortal, seemed to have disappeared. The world beyond worlds, roving jade heavens, and even other lower realms and foreign dimensions had disappeared as well. It was as if only the tall, short-haired man truly existed in the universe. As for the exalted fire, Suo Mingzhang, he seemed to have disregarded everything else in the universe. His attention was continuously extending towards a faraway place. Jiangshan wasn't angered by Suo Mingzhang's disregard. His expression was a little complicated. Other than praising, he also felt pity. When the rest of us were still working hard on the duo cheese fused aura, he had already passed the pure profound tribulation. The concealed sovereign. Yangtze's voice resounded. Even though he refined the evil chi that was the hardest to fuse with other immortal chis to become a true immortal, he was faster than us. Yangtze lowered his head and smiled. Chun Xuanzong and I are still troubled by the 5 chis unification. Taoist Jiang, you've only just reached this realm, but he had already passed the profound origin tribulation for countless years. I really want to know what realm he has reached. Jiangshan remained silent, but he agreed with Yangtze's words. He, the exalted solar luminary, Gao Han, the exalted lunar luminary, Ling Qing, and the exalted Rahu luminary, Jian Shenhua, were all born before the Great Calamity. However, they were still behind Suo Mingzhang in breaking through to the profound immortal realm. When the new Kunlun 9 luminaries established the world beyond worlds, although they were all in the true immortal realm, they were all extraordinary and talented individuals. However, Jiangshan had never heard of someone as talented as Suo Mingzhang, even during the flourishing age of martial arts before the Great Calamity. Because of that, he felt even more pity. Taoist Suo, what I said earlier was from the bottom of my heart. I wasn't announcing the decree on behalf of His Majesty. Jiangshan said softly, however, you should sympathize with His Majesty. Why are you making things difficult for him? Within the universe, the trembling caused by Suo Mingzhang suddenly showed signs of calming down. 6 majestic starlights lit up at the same time. They were extremely graceful, as if they were descending from the heavens. As the 6 stars appeared, the universe was no longer the same as before. Suo Mingzhang was no longer the only reality. Wherever the starlight passed, the Tao universe seemed to have manifested the human realm. The sharpness of weapons and a harsh killing intent suffused the area, even more shocking than all the dangerous situations that Yan Zhaoga had previously experienced. It was as if all the people and matters related to war, slaughter, and warfare from the ancient times to the present were gathered here at this moment. An unprecedented vicious aura appeared in front of the world. However, there was a degree of restraint and restraint. At this moment, the sword sovereign, Yu Jinbei, felt as if he had returned to the state when he pushed open the gate of immortality and was still in the mortal realm. Between heaven and earth, he once again left the 9 heavens and landed back on the ground. And Jiangshan and Yangtze, at this time, were still in the sky, looking down at him. Behind them, a grand will manifested, although the figure couldn't be seen. It was the ruler of this world. The sky split apart, and 6 stars stood side by side. They were like eyes, and no sadness or joy could be seen as they stared at Yu Jinbei and Yen Zhaoge. Wherever his gaze passed, the world beyond worlds, the roving jade heavens, and the lower worlds seemed to fall into his eyes. Yen Zhaoge muttered, "North Star Emperor." Yen Zhaoge wasn't unfamiliar with the person who came this time. Before the great calamity, he had seen him in the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace's Martial Repository, one of the Taoism's 4 imperials, the North Star Upper Palace's Heavenly Sovereign Emperor. He controlled the myriad gods diagram, the heaven, earth, and human. The North Star Emperor was in charge of all living beings, as well as all matters related to war. Before the great calamity, he was also one of the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace's bigwigs. In the past, I didn't expect such a day to come. Yen Zhaoge retracted his gaze and became calm again. The exalted earth luminary, Jiangshen, and the exalted concealed luminary, Yang Su, turned around and bowed towards the 6 stars in the sky. "Your Majesty." Yu Jinbei, who was within the void, and the exalted water luminary, Chun Xuanzong, who was not far away from the world beyond worlds, also bowed towards the 6 stars that seemed to be everywhere, North Star Emperor. Within the roving jade heavens, the group of prime clear bigwigs felt something as long as they weren't in seclusion. They looked at the 6 stars in the sky and bowed after a slight silence. "North Star Emperor." Those with lower cultivation looked at the starlight in the sky and were at a loss at first. Then, they quickly recalled the legend and became excited. Most of the people who didn't understand the current situation only knew that a legendary figure in Taoism's history had manifested and descended. To the Taoism martial art practitioners after the great calamity, this was undoubtedly a great encouragement. As for those with lower cultivation, they didn't know what was going on. They only felt a sense of peace. The circulation of the world's spirit qi and the rotation of the sun, moon, and stars seemed to have become even more mystical. Currently, within the Tao universe, there was only one person who stood outside the starlight that enveloped the world: the exalted fire, Suo Mingzhang, different from Yu Jinbei, who seemed to have returned to the ground. Although the current Suo Mingzhang wasn't the only true profundity of the universe, he still stood outside the world. He wasn't in the sky, nor was he on the ground. He wasn't in the middle either. This world couldn't contain him, and it couldn't cover him. Jiangshen and Yang Su looked over and saw a brilliance flashing on top of Suo Mingzhang's head. It was like a flower, and it was mysterious and hard to describe with words. No wonder he could kill people without restraint in front of 2 heretic heavenly lords. He was unstoppable. Yang Su seemed to be praising and sighing at the same time. Grand virtual immortal, 5 Chi's unifications. The sonorous voice of the great Tao would follow with every movement. With this foundation, the following cultivation would be to cultivate the 3 flowers above the crown step by step. With the 3 flowers converged crown, one would step into a whole new world and achieve the grand heavenly immortal realm. One could cultivate alongside the world and become a heavenly lord. The 3 flowers were also the 3 splendors. Currently, 2 rays of brilliance appeared on top of Suo Mingzhang's head. He was a genius, and his strength was tyrannical. With the 2 flowers converged crown, even heretic heavenly lords couldn't do anything to him. He forcefully withstood their attacks, killed a group of immortal court experts, and escaped safely. Within the pill hall, the coiling dragon crutch of one of the heavenly monarch experts of the heavenly court's divine palace, the longevity god, was broken by him. If it wasn't for the fact that his attention was focused on other aspects, the white deer demon, who had cultivated to become an immortal in the previous era, lived through the change of era, and survived the great calamity, would have been killed by him on the spot. At this moment, even when facing the North Star Upper Palace's heavenly sovereign emperor, Suo Mingzhang still remained calm with the 2 flowers above his head. He didn't bow, nor did he speak. He only stared at the 6 rays of starlight quietly. Within the starlight, a weird syllable resounded. It was hard to understand the meaning behind it, but it felt very natural. It seemed like the most primitive language in the world of creation should be like this. The current language was just an interpretation and imitation of it. The 6 rays of starlight descended and enveloped Suo Mingzhang's body, as if they were trying to take him away. Chapter 1294. The 6 majestic starlights converged into one and enveloped Suo Mingzhang's body. Auspicious clouds appeared in the sky, and streak after streak of golden radiance scattered down, weaving into countless spiritual words that filled the void of the universe. Just now, he was only suppressing his aura. But now, Great Emperor Gaochen was finally making a move personally. Although the North Star Emperor's attack wasn't targeting the Sword Sovereign, Yu Xinbei, and Yan Zhaoga's North Ocean clone, the two still felt immense pressure. The Sword Sovereign, Yu Xinbei, was still fine, only his immortal aura circulation was suppressed, and his body was stiff, making it hard for him to move. Yan Zhaoga's North Ocean clone was merely an immortal bridge martial saint. Facing the North Star Emperor, the difference between a mortal and an immortal was akin to a speck of dust. At this moment, even his thoughts had slowed down. His clone seemed like it was going to be refined by Great Emperor Gaochen and no longer belonged to him, although the North Star Emperor didn't do it intentionally and was just casually affected by it. The North Star Emperor's attack was not intentional. Fortunately, Yan Zhaoga had long since been prepared for this, secretly circulating the peerless heavenly scripture in advance. Only then was he barely able to re-establish his connection with the Northern Ocean clone, not losing his clone in such a muddle-headed manner. Yan Zhaoga did not underestimate the might of the North Star Upper Palace's heavenly sovereign emperor in the slightest. Among the grand heavenly immortals of the Orthodox Tao sect, there were strong and weak grand heavenly immortals. As for the North Star Upper Palace's heavenly sovereign emperor, who was one of the 4 Imperials, he was naturally not an ordinary person. The vicious and murderous aura wasn't revealed, but it was profound, difficult to fathom and difficult to ascend. It was as if an immortal voice descended from the 9 heavens. Being shrouded by the starlight, Suo Mingzhang's figure seemed to be unable to stand alone in this world. He seemed to have been brought into the world and fell into the mortal world. He could only lower his head and listen to the decree of the celestial immortals. The thunder and the rain were all heavenly grace. The North Star Emperor, who rules over the human world, doesn't contain any killing intent when he attacks. It seems like he doesn't intend to kill the exalted fire luminary here. Yan Zhaoga thought. He wants to suppress the exalted fire and bring him away? Jiang Shen and Yang Su stood where they were without moving. However, the difference between heaven and earth made them feel as if they were standing above the clouds, overlooking Suo Mingzhang's group of 3, who were in the dirt of the mortal world. Dao is Suo. His majesty is magnanimous and is willing to take care of you. Don't miss this opportunity. Quickly leave with his majesty, Jiang Shen advised. His voice also seemed ethereal and distant under the auspicious clouds and starlight, as if he was an immortal emissary announcing the decree on behalf of the heavens. Suo Mingzhang's body was still standing straight, but the whole thing seemed to be shaking. It was as if someone was trying to uproot a towering tree. Jiang Shen, you may have forgotten, but I haven't. Suo Mingzhang's eyes turned cold. This young friend Yan and his mother are descendants of Jun Huang. As he spoke, he suddenly stretched out his hand, raised it to his chest, and then slashed forward horizontally. As his arm slashed out, a horizontal line appeared in the void wherever it passed. This horizontal line was above all other existences. At this moment, in front of Suo Mingzhang, everything seemed to become real. Even the heaven and earth created by the North Star Emperor became flat, like a painting. It was no longer three-dimensional profound. Suo Mingzhang jumped out of this world again, and his body immediately became stable and unshakable. This slash directly severed heaven and earth, severed the universe, and severed the changes of creation. The starlight that great monarch Gaochen used to capture him was also severed. Heaven-severing scripture. Concealed sovereign Yang, Su muttered to himself. The exalted fire luminary, Suo Mingzhang's enlightenment in martial arts was in the fire dragon world of the Astral Mountains' starry seas. It originated from an incomplete Taoist martial arts manual. Although it was the void heavenly scripture of the jade clear lineage, there were too many flaws in it. Suo Mingzhang continued to comprehend and research, and gradually stepped onto a different path. A path of no return in the eyes of many. In the beginning, it was only the beginning. But as Suo Mingzhang obtained more supreme martial arts of the jade clear lineage, he walked deeper and deeper on that path, cultivating the primordial heavenly scripture in reverse. Throughout the ages, there were many outstanding people. Just like cultivating the three clear lineages, there were also people who tried to cultivate the primordial heavenly scripture in reverse. Cultivating the jade clear lineage in reverse and cultivating the prime clear lineage in reverse seemed to have some similarities. But the difference was still huge. All those who had tried this path had failed. However, Suo Mingzhang succeeded. He created a supreme martial art manual called the Anti-Heaven Scripture, also known as the Anti-Essence Scripture, and used it to push open the immortal door. After coming to the Tao universe and coming into contact with more orthodox Taoism teachings, Suo Mingzhang didn't change his path and start anew. However, he didn't become arrogant just because of his own creation. He collected the Anti-Heaven Scripture and the various supreme martial arts of Taoism, removing the impurities and keeping the essence, and reached a higher level. It was for the heaven-severing scripture, the creation of the heavens and earth, the changes of creation, and the destruction of all living beings, returning to nothingness. This was the principle of the great Tao. But now, this path of creation was going to be cut off and stopped by someone. There was no decline after reaching the peak. It didn't matter if one was in the ascendant or at the peak. It would stop when one said to stop, and the law would be enforced. The momentum of the heavens and earth surged forward. Those who dared to obstruct, it would be crushed like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Under the heaven-severing scripture, if a huge mountain blocked the path, the chariot would be destroyed, and the person would die. The current Suo Mingzhang naturally hadn't reached the terrifying level of forcefully stopping an era and obstructing the creation. However, when the Taoism's grand heavenly immortal, the heavenly Lord North Star Emperor made his move, it was also forcefully stopped by him. His heaven-severing scripture is getting more and more refined. Jiang Shun seemed to be praising and sighing at the same time. After making his move, Suo Mingzhang didn't stop. His figure flashed, and he suddenly appeared in front of Jiang Shin and Yang Su. He punched out. His fist was like an axe, yet it wasn't an axe, yet it was like a banner, yet it wasn't a banner. It broke through the heavens and earth, and crimson flames appeared. Under the shroud of the terrifying power, Yang Su's body stiffened, and he couldn't move at all. The darkness protecting his body was instantly cleansed. Jiang Shin's expression was solemn. He punched out towards the flames, and the heavy earth was manifested. It was as heavy as creation, and as thick as all living beings. Suo Mingzhang didn't even look at it, and his fist continued moving forward. At this moment, the flames turned into stars. The terrifying flames didn't explode outwards. Instead, they kept collapsing inwards. In an instant, an incomparably heavy feeling appeared with Suo Mingzhang's fist as the center. An immeasurable weight collapsed and gathered at one point. It was even heavier than the earth manifested by Jiangshen. It was as if a real star was collapsing and being annihilated. With a single punch, the thick earth was shattered. This punch from Suo Mingzhang could almost shatter the world beyond worlds. Above the 9 heavens, starlight once again fell down, protecting Jiangshen and his companion, blocking that incomparably heavy flaming iron fist. Intercept. However, as Suo Mingzhang exerted the profundity of the sky-severing book again, the starlight was once again cut off by him. His fist continued to move forward and continued to strike. At this moment, the starlight suddenly became austere. Endless, murderous aura burst out, blocking Suo Mingzhang's starlight from reforming, and then it was also annihilated. The two sides collided. Suo Mingzhang's figure retreated, and his fist did not hit Jiangshen and Yang Su. The strength of the North Star Emperor was not something that heretic, heavenly venerables could compare to, but everyone understood that even a golden overarching heavenly immortal, one of the 4 imperials of the Tao sect, was unable to deal with Suo Mingzhang. The tall, short-haired man stood calmly amid space as he glanced in the direction of the world beyond worlds. Jiangshen, who had dodged a bullet, did not show any joy on his face. Instead, he sighed softly, "It's too late." Before he finished speaking, the Tao universe shook once again. One after another, powerful auras filled the space and stepped into this place. Treasured lights shone continuously, although their momentum wasn't as strong as the North Star Emperor's starlight. There were many of them, and they formed an overwhelming momentum. The group of immortal quartz experts had finally descended upon the Tao universe. Chapter 1295. For a moment, the entire Tao universe was shaken. Space was in a mess, and the space was constantly folding. Time was slowly coming to a standstill. At this moment, many living beings within the universe seemed to have fallen into a state of unawareness. Only a handful of top-notch existences could maintain themselves. Currently, there were only a handful of people who were ruling over this universe. They were existences that could be counted with one's fingers. This time, for Suo Mingzhang, a heretic heavenly lord personally came to the Tao universe. The North Star Emperor's starlight protected the world beyond worlds. Within the void, a voice resounded. It was weird and hard to distinguish, as if it was the voice of the great Tao. The heretic grand heavenly immortal's voice wasn't as profound as the North Star Emperor's. However, even the tranquil, profound immortal couldn't understand the meaning behind it. As for Yen Zhaoge, because he had interacted with the heavenly quartz divine palace before the great calamity, he could barely understand it. The North Star Emperor has given his all. However, someone doesn't know what's good for him and is seeking his own death. Let us fulfill his wish. The horrifying and surging power manifested, causing space to tremble. It was ready to be unleashed. As expected, he's a heavenly monarch from the orthodox Taoism who joined the heretics. Yen Zhaoge thought he still had some respect for the North Star Emperor. In this era, the era before that, the investiture of the gods era, and the era before the journey to the West era, there were fewer and fewer news about the many famous experts. Before the great calamity, other than the immortal divinities that were conferred by the heavenly quartz divine palace, there were very few bigwigs that were active in the previous 2 eras. There will always be talented people in every generation, and the new generation will replace the old. In this era, the most outstanding legendary Taoism bigwigs were mostly in the heavenly quartz divine palace. Among them, the Taoism's 4 imperials were the representatives. They were high and mighty, and their names resounded throughout the ages. Those who came from the heavenly quartz divine palace would be the clearest about how strong the North Star Emperor was. Since he had already entered the heretic path celestial court, everything that happened in the past was like yesterday's death, and the status of the past were all illusory. However, they could disrespect the North Star Emperor, but they couldn't ignore his strength. However, this didn't affect what they were about to do. The three clear lineage and the heavenly quartz divine palace were already in the past. They were the current orthodox Taoism. In the end, it's still. Jiang Shen's face was filled with helplessness and fatigue. He turned to look at the sword sovereign. You, Jinbei, reconsider. Old Jiang, you should know that I'm not biased towards either the North Star Emperor or the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor. Yu Jinbei answered with a solemn expression. I've been in the world beyond worlds all these years just to fulfill my promise. Now that our agreement has ended, we don't owe each other anything. However, all of Yu Jinbei's knowledge came from my master. Now that my master's descendant is in trouble, I will do my best to help him. Jiang Shen sighed and shook his head in pity. You are the most outstanding of your generation. I have to thank my master for nurturing me. Yu Jinbei said calmly. Even if I were to die here today, I would merely be returning my master's favor. Seeing this, Jiang Shen sighed again and said no more. Apart from the treasure, confinement, heavenly monarch, and the main smallpox emerald cloud progenitor, how do I address the other two? Suo Mingzhang looked calm as he looked at the precious light imbued with the power of will. Previously, when he wreaked havoc in the immortal court, he had already crossed paths with two heretic heavenly immortals. Although Suo Mingzhang was someone born after the Great Calamity, he was still a legendary figure in the heavenly quartz divine palace before the Great Calamity. After crossing paths, Suo Mingzhang naturally knew about his background. Not 3, but 4. Jiang Shen frowned, and his expression turned solemn. Excluding the experts below the heavenly monarch realm, the 4 heretic immortal court heavenly lords descended upon the Tao universe. Yan Zhaoge's gaze flickered slightly. Previously, other than the immortal gods conferred by the heavenly quartz divine palace, the bigwigs from the investitures of the gods era, and the journey to the West era rarely appeared in this era. Now, 2 of them had arrived. The treasure confinement, heavenly monarch, Qiao Bao, was a rogue immortal during the investitures of the gods era. He had nothing to do with the world and lived a carefree life. After getting involved in the investiture of the gods' great war, he entered the heavenly quartz divine palace and was conferred as one of the 4 righteous gods under the profound altar, the treasure confinement heavenly monarch. In some legends, he was called the treasure confinement heavenly lord. However, in this era's history, the treasure confinement heavenly monarch was the correct name. However, ironically, the title of the treasure confinement heavenly lord might be befitting of it now. As for the main smallpox emerald cloud origin monarch, he was also a prime clear expert during the investitures of the gods era, Yu Hualong. After entering the heavenly quartz divine palace, his title was the smallpox righteous god. His title couldn't be shortened because there was another emerald cloud origin monarch. She was the Mount Tai Empress, whose full title was the heavenly immortal jade, maiden Mount Tai Empress. Now, he could also call this main smallpox emerald cloud origin monarch as the main smallpox emerald cloud origin lord. Both of them survived the Great Calamity and joined the heretics. Yan Zhaoge squinted his eyes. Then the other 2, the profound voice resounded throughout the cosmos, and Yan Zhaoge listened attentively. Your strength is outstanding. Indeed, you're qualified to ask for our titles. Although he joined the heretics, the person who spoke didn't think that it was a humiliation. He also didn't think that it was inappropriate to announce his title. Yan Zhaoge frowned slightly. Zhao Jiang Gaojinam. Heavenly monarch Zhao Jiang was an active prime clear bigwig during the investitures of the gods era. After being defeated by the Jade clear bigwig Zhu Lusan, he entered the heavenly court's divine palace and became one of the Thunder Division's 24 heavenly monarchs. Black killing star monarch Gao Jineng was also an active expert during the investitures of the gods era. He once killed the Jade Clear's third-generation disciple, the Three Mountains bright spirit Duke Huang Tianhua. After dying in the hands of Huang Tianhua's father, Huang Feihu, he entered the investitures of the gods and entered the heavenly court's divine palace as the Black Killing Star Monarch. None of them perished during the Great Calamity, and they joined the heretics. Now, they were all in the grand heavenly immortal realm. Heavenly immortals of the heretics were still heavenly immortals. When their cultivation reached a high level, it was basically impossible for them to fight against those of a higher level. In the entire world, someone like Suo Mingzhang, who fought against two heavenly immortals and killed the opposing heavenly monarch, was a special case. It was also because of this that the four heavenly immortals of the heretics came together this time. They didn't want the previous situation to happen again. The four heavenly lords were all heavenly monarchs of the orthodox Taoism. Their strength was extraordinary. The former heavenly monarch Zhao and the current heavenly lord Zhao Jiang, were even more proficient in formations. Moreover, other than them, there were countless other experts of the immortal court gathered in the treasured light imbued with faith power. They must make sure that Suo Mingzhang wouldn't be able to escape. While they were surrounding the world beyond worlds, they were also keeping an eye on the North Star Emperor. If the North Star Emperor helped Suo Mingzhang, they wouldn't be able to accomplish anything. However, they wouldn't be the only ones who would take action next. This time, the Immortal Court even took the initiative to retreat and defend against the Blessed Lands. They wanted to spare some strength to kill the exalted fire luminary, Suo Mingzhang. The awakened Sky Hall in the past was taken away by someone here. You must hand it over as well, the voice continued to resound. Other than the four heavenly immortals and some heavenly monarchs who were staring at Suo Mingzhang, the other experts of the immortal court started to get restless. Where is the successor of Yin Tianxia and Bright Connection? Who? Light swayed in the void, and a heretic heavenly monarch gradually showed himself. Although he wasn't as oppressive as Suo Mingzhang and Jiang Shun, as he spoke, the sonorous voice of the great Tao resounded, suppressing the mind and body of all martial art practitioners below the profound immortal realm. Behind him, more and more experts of the immortal court started showing themselves from the treasured light imbued with faith power and descended into the cosmic void. Although the treasured light was shining brightly to Yen Zhaoga and the others, it was no different from dark clouds pressing down on a city. Chapter 1296. In the universe, rays of magnificent treasure light filled the air. While the four grand heavenly immortals of the heretic Tao hadn't manifested their true forms, their momentum had already enveloped the surrounding space-time of the world beyond worlds. The treasured light, imbued with the power of Vow, gradually condensed into the form of the seven stars Teia sword, hanging high in the sky. Wherever the sword pointed, the brilliance outlined a formation, which first surrounded the world. The great formation was contained but not exposed. It was drawn but not released, according to the number of the Tao. There was a thick body hidden within. The marvelousness of the hidden leap appeared everywhere. The changes were numerous. There was a red banner hidden inside, wherever it waved. There was thunder above. There was fire below. It was celestial sovereign Zhao Zhang's technique. Beside the seven-star Teia sword, there were three other Vow-imbued treasure lights, each displaying their own divine abilities. Golden light, dark clouds, and buzzing sounds could be heard as they stood side by side. It was like a great calamity of the heavens and earth that swept through the creation of all living beings. The four great heavenly venerables of the heretic path could be said to have their own strengths. Some were good at formations, some were good at controlling poisonous beasts, some were good at evil arts, and some were good at restraining the enemy's treasures. Moreover, they had all attained the celestial body of great overarching heaven. Now, they had joined hands and surrounded exalted fire luminary in the center. Beneath the four heavenly lords, the other immortal realm heretic experts appeared one after another. Those with sufficient cultivation assisted in setting up the formation and besieging Suo Mingjiang. As for those with weaker cultivation, they surrounded the North Ocean clone and Yushin Bay. Although their cultivation level and strength were slightly weaker, there was no lack of grand, virtual, immortal heretic mighty beings among them. With every movement, the sonorous voice of the great Tao resounded throughout the heavens. Waves after waves of powerful intent started sweeping through the entire Tao universe, searching for the whereabouts of the hidden Pill Hall. It was as if beyond the 9 heavens, the 6 streaks of starlight were still flickering. However, as their radiance descended, it only enveloped the world beyond worlds, as well as the thousands of lower worlds that were related to it. The starlight became quiet at this moment. It was not directed at Suo Mingjiang, nor was it directed at the heretic immortals. The exalted earth luminary, Jiangshin, and the exalted concealed luminary, Yang Su, had also retreated to the side and approached the range of the starlight. Looking at everything that was happening in front of them, it seemed like it couldn't be reversed. Since when did you have the right to act so presumptuously here? Right at this moment, a calm voice resounded. The owner of the voice was exalted fire luminary, Suo Mingjiang. The terrifying flame lit up and turned into a collapsing star. It was so heavy that it couldn't be any heavier. It fell in front of the immortal court. Due to the power formed by the collapse of the stars, many heretic immortals with lower cultivation bases were dragged towards it, like moths flying into a flame. You still dare to act violently. You're courting death. Black Killer Star, Venerable Gao Jining flew into a rage. Streaks of black starlight condensed and turned into a black spear that pierced through the universe. Without any warning, it appeared near the dying star. The spear of black light pierced through the star and destroyed it. As the star exploded, the black light spear also broke. Quickly surrender. Don't cause so much trouble. You don't have the chance to struggle and drag others down with you. Heavenly Sovereign Zhao Zhang's vast voice rang out in the void. As the formation operated, thunder and fire burst out, submerging Suo Mingjiang's figure. The other 3 heretic heavenly venerables also made their moves. Suo Mingjiang stretched out his hand and drew a circle above his head. Wherever the arc passed, it seemed to draw an insurmountable barrier. All the terrifying power that approached it dissipated into nothingness. The storm-like attacks from before suddenly disappeared at this moment, turning into a clear sky for thousands of miles. It didn't change from strong to weak, or stop and stop. Instead, it stopped in an instant, changing from something to nothing. The people of the immortal court already knew about Suo Mingjiang's methods, so they weren't unfamiliar with it. The 4 great heavenly immortals' emotions didn't fluctuate, and they didn't stop attacking. They didn't feel angry, discouraged, frustrated because Suo Mingjiang stopped their attacks. Instead, they continued to attack continuously. Each wave was higher than the previous one, and they continuously pressed down on Suo Mingjiang. They wanted to combine the strength of the 4 of them and crush Suo Mingjiang with the momentum of an infinite flood. No matter how strong or how talented Suo Mingjiang was, he was still a grand virtual immortal. Under the endless attacks, They didn't believe that Suo Mingzhang wouldn't make a mistake. It didn't matter if they made a mistake, as grand virtual immortals and grand heavenly immortals couldn't hurt them. However, if Suo Mingzhang made a small mistake, he might not have a chance to turn things around. It was an unfair battle. At this moment, in the endless void outside of the Tao universe, a spiritual light flickered. It was moving around in the chaotic space, but it didn't move forward. The spiritual light carefully hid itself to avoid being discovered by the experts in the Tao universe. Within the light, a white-clothed youth's figure appeared. His eyes were closed, and he was sitting with his legs crossed. The area-latitude formation has been established, and the other preparations are in place. Unfortunately, the North Star Emperor is still around, so it's not easy to act. The white-clothed youth opened his eyes and smiled. Now that everything is ready, all that's left is the right thing to do. The white-clothed youth lowered his eyelids and didn't look into the Tao universe. I didn't expect the awakened Sky Hall to appear in this world. I wonder if I have the chance to obtain it. Ha! A man who's never content is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. I'll make the same mistake too. The white-clothed youth laughed and shook his head. Let's take it one step at a time. Let's not cause any unnecessary trouble. There aren't many chances to retrieve the 3-treasure jade scepter for the southern extremity longevity emperor. Let's consider the awakened Sky Hall in the future. One couldn't tell if his tone was mocking or praising. Suo Yanlong, you're the pinnacle of martial arts. However, I've spent so much effort to lure you back to cause such a ruckus. I'll need to make the ruckus bigger. The white-clothed youth said softly, You won't disappoint me, right? Seeing Suo Mingzhang being surrounded by the 4 heavenly lords of the Immortal Court, the other experts of the Immortal Court who were previously forced to stop due to Suo Mingzhang's attack became restless again. Upon seeing this, the tall, short-haired man suddenly smiled. The surface of his skin started turning crimson red, as if there were flames burning within. As the flames spread, pieces of dragon scales appeared. On Suo Mingzhang's forehead, dragon horns started to appear faintly. His originally tall figure became even more majestic at this moment. He was born in the Astro Mountains Starry Seas fire dragon world. He had the blood of a human and a dragon, and he was half human and half dragon. As one of the new Kunlun 9 luminaries, the exalted fire luminary, Suo Mingzhang's origin wasn't a secret. When a demon transformed into a human, he might be beaten back to his original form. For an existence like Suo Mingzhang, who was half human and half dragon, he might return to his half-dragon form and reveal the characteristics of the dragon race when he was heavily injured. However, at this moment, his strength was strong. He didn't seem to be strong on the outside, nor did he look like he was suffering from a hidden injury. Instead, he was slowly transforming into a dragon, which made everyone on the spot feel a chill in their hearts. Suo Mingzhang's expression was calm. He was only looking around the universe. When he scanned through the world beyond worlds, his gaze revealed a rare sense of nostalgia. He turned his head and looked at Yan Zhaoga's North Ocean clone, and the Sword Sovereign, Yu Xinbei. I might only have a moment of leisure. After that, it'll depend on you guys. Chapter 1297. Looking at Suo Mingzhang, Yan Zhaoga said in a heavy tone, Senior Suo, please take care of yourself. This time, you are in a lot of danger. I know that it's not just the immeasurable Heavenly Lord. Even the Maitreya Buddha might not like me. Suo Mingzhang smiled faintly. Maitreya Buddha won't let go of the opportunity to reap the benefits while the immeasurable Heavenly Lord is after me, but he will probably deliberately give the immeasurable Heavenly Lord more time. If he couldn't hold on for that little bit of time, then there was naturally no need to mention anything else. If the future Buddha and the blessed lands could hold on for a little while longer, the immeasurable heavenly Lord would have no choice but to retreat and temporarily stop paying attention to the three clear lineage. Although they had hired helpers to guard against the future Buddha, the blessed lands would also pull in helpers. Therefore, in order to guard against the future Buddha, the immeasurable heavenly Lord had to personally oversee the immortal court. However, it was too difficult to survive this life and death race. It was so difficult that no one had enough confidence. Please take care of Juan Huang's slough. I may not be able to come back to visit him often. Suo Mingzhong sighed, which was rare. His whole body was covered in flames, and the dragon scales on his skin disappeared again. The dragon horns on his head also disappeared. The flames grew stronger and stronger, but Suo Mingzhong's appearance seemed to have returned to its original state. However, in the eyes of others, they felt that something was different. It was as though he had grown taller. In the blink of an eye, he was already close to the 6 stars formed by Emperor Gaochun's starlight. Hearing the conversation between Suo Mingzhong and Yan Zhaoge, Jiang Shun's brows were already tightly furrowed. Seeing this, his entire body trembled slightly. Dao Suo, have you really reached such a realm? Can you take that step now? Not now, but 1,000 years ago. Suo Mingzhong looked disappointed. It was as if the melodious sound of wind chimes rang in his ears again. Yes, 1,000 years ago. 1,000 years ago, when he returned to the Fire Dragon realm to visit his parents' graves and left the folding fan given to him by Xiao Junhuang there, he could have taken this step. To him, taking this step was a matter of whether he wanted to or not whether he could or not. At that time, he didn't want to. If he were to take that step, he would be targeted by the immeasurable heavenly Lord and the future Buddha. He loved martial arts and was willing to study martial arts, but he would not fight to the death with others for no reason, especially when he knew that he would most likely lose. Even if he had to fight, it would be a battle that he himself wanted to fight. He wanted to experience the more profound principles of the world. At that time, he would be fearless even if he had to give up his life in order to pursue the Tao. Of course, he was even more unwilling to be enlightened by another. In order to avoid all of these, taking that step meant that he had to be like the North Star Emperor, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor, and the Incongruence Divine Mother. He had to hide in the void, half drifting and half hibernating. This was to prevent the immeasurable heavenly Lord and the future Buddha from locking onto his whereabouts. Although it wasn't that he would completely hide from the world, there were still many restrictions. He did not want to, because he had more important things to do. They were looking for Xiao Junhuang. At that time, it had been more than 1,400 years since Xiao Junhuang had disappeared. Suo Mingzhong had been searching for more than 1,400 years, but to no avail. Therefore, he wanted to continue searching. Back then, in order to find Xiao Junhuang, he had forced himself to stay in the current realm for 1,000 years and not cross that door. Now, in order to take care of Xiao Junhuang's successor, he deliberately stayed in his current realm, waiting for his enemies to gather, and then he would deal with them once and for all. With the North Star Emperor protecting Jiangshen and Yang Su, he who was at the virtual immortal realm could not do anything to them. In that case, he would take that step and become a grand, overarching heavenly immortal. As for the treasured light imbued with will energy in front of them, in the immortal court, all those below the heavenly venerable realm are ants. Suo Mingzhong's expression was no longer dejected. His eyes seemed to be gushing with flames as he swept his gaze across heavenly venerable Zhao, heavenly venerable treasure confinement, and the other heretic grand heavenly immortals. The heavenly venerables I'm talking about are the immeasurable heavenly venerables, not you guys. Under the heavens severing, nothing could penetrate it. The flames on the short-haired man's body had already engulfed the entire Tao universe and was even spreading outwards. Sensing that something was amiss, the people of the Immortal Court didn't give Suo Mingzhang any time to react. Instead, they launched an even more violent attack. In an instant, a few heavenly immortals and many immortal realm experts joined hands. The violent energy ripples seemed to be able to tear the Tao universe apart. It was all because of Great Emperor Gaoqian's suppression that this universe's space-time did not collapse. Jiang Shen and Yang Su nervously watched Suo Mingzhang's condition. Becoming a celestial immortal was not something that could be done just because one wanted to. From a martial sage to a genuine immortal, one had to undergo the immortal mortal tribulation. From a genuine immortal to a profound immortal, one had to undergo the pure profound tribulation. From a profound immortal to a virtual immortal, one had to undergo the profound origin tribulation. Similarly, to advance from virtual immortal to heaven immortal, one had to undergo the primordial heavenly tribulation. The origin heavenly tribulation that was even more terrifying than the mystic origin tribulation. Since ancient times, countless heaven monarchs had died under this tribulation. More people were afraid of it and were willing to stay in the heaven monarch realm, not daring to try it. At this moment, he was being besieged by so many experts, including 4 heaven immortals. How could Suo Mingzhang safely survive the tribulation and be besieged from both inside and outside? This made all the experts of the Immortal Court, who had just become nervous, relax. But in the next moment, Suo Mingzhang's eyes lit up. Tribulations were born from the body, from the inside out. Suo Mingzhang's entire body flickered with radiance, and all of it gathered in his eyes. Then it turned into billowing flames and gushed out from his pupils. The flame turned into a path to the sky, completely isolating Suo Mingzhang from the others. Everyone's heart sank when they saw this. He instantly passed the origin heavenly tribulation, subdued his own tribulation, and even turned the internal tribulation into an external tribulation, blocking these external enemies. Previously, when Suo Mingzhang said that he could reach the celestial immortal realm 1,000 years ago, everyone was still skeptical. But after seeing this scene, everyone no longer had any doubts. At this moment, the blazing flames separated the space and time of the universe. Suo Mingzhang was within it, as if he was no longer in this universe. Between the 2 flowers above his head, at the center, a 3rd flower gradually appeared. 3 flowers converged crown, 5 cheese unifications. Celestial, immortal, great, Luo, physique, immortal, unrestrained body. Grand, heavenly, immortal realm. In the radiance, Suo Mingzhang's body began to gradually disappear. Only streaks of flames kept spitting out tongues of flame, and runes emerged from the flames, existing forever in the universe. A star rose in the sea of flames. It was not an illusory star, nor was it formed by Suo Mingzhang's own power, but a real star. At this moment, the vast and boundless void was touched by Suo Mingzhang. Many stars appeared in the raging sea of fire, one after another. As the stars shone brightly, boundless flames could be seen swallowing and spitting out flames from the surface of the stars. The blazing star heavenly fire and sun flames gathered towards the center, and their power became thicker and thicker. The sea of flames that Suo Mingzhang had transformed into seemed to have ignited the entire Tao universe. The flames crackled as they jumped, and a voice that was as profound as the North Star Emperor's voice resounded throughout the universe. Within the Tao universe, no matter if it was the world beyond worlds, the roving jade heavens, or the various lower realms and foreign dimensions, all living beings could hear this syllable. They could see the fiery light that covered the entire sky. At this moment, the miraculous thing was that although the voice was still profound, everyone could understand what was happening from it. The first heavenly lord was born among the new martial art practitioners after the Great Calamity. Chapter 1298. No matter if it was the world beyond worlds or the roving jade heavens, no matter which corner of the world they were in, they would only see a patch of dazzling fiery light that covered the skies and the sun, not to mention the other lower realms and foreign dimensions. Only fiery red could be seen everywhere in the world. After being hinted by the profound syllables, the mortals were mostly at a loss. They only felt fear towards the miraculous changes in the world and worshipped it. As for the Taoism martial art practitioners, they were all overjoyed after their initial astonishment. On this day, one of the four Imperials, the North Star Upper Palace Heavenly Emperor, showed himself. Then, a new expert after the great calamity ascended to the grand heavenly immortal realm. How could they not be excited? The miraculous phenomena in the sky indicated that this wasn't a dream. Those who knew about the current situation were even more shocked. Experts who had reached a certain level of cultivation looked up and could clearly see a tall, short-haired man in the midst of the sky full of flames. He gradually broke through the sky and soared above the 9 heavens. Gradually, he became difficult to observe, difficult to fathom, and difficult to describe. Congratulations to the exalted fire for ascending to the grand, heavenly immortal realm. Within the roving jade heaven's green duckweed mountain, 2 cave manors that had been sealed for years opened up at the same time. An old woman in her 60s with an elegant appearance was standing in the air above green duckweed mountain with a woman in her 30s dressed in green. When they exited seclusion, the entire green duckweed mountain was shaken. One of them was the Vine Sovereign, who had been famous in the roving jade heavens for thousands of years. Anyone who saw her would address her as the old Grandmaster. The other was the current #1 expert in the roving jade heavens, the #1 sword cultivator of the clear lineage, profound sovereign Gao Qingxian. Currently, the 2 of them bowed towards the fiery sea that was strolling in the sky of the roving jade heavens. Beside them, the Dragon Spring Emperor, the Ashen Spirit Valley's Cloud Conquest Emperor, the Chunjun Emperor, Long Shueji, the Tranquil Earth Emperor, and the Truthful Truth Emperor, who were still recuperating, were all present. Behind them were the clear lineage of the roving jade heavens. Everyone bowed towards the fiery sea together with the profound sovereign and the Vine Sovereign. Congratulations to the exalted fire for ascending to the grand, heavenly immortal realm. The shock was mixed with helplessness, but there was also gratification in the helplessness. But besides the gratification, there was also fatigue, and besides the fatigue, there was also worry. The exalted earth luminary, Jiangshin, who had mixed feelings in his heart, stood under the protection of the North Star Emperor's starlight. He watched as the flames got closer and closer, and even started to ignite the starlight. As he let out a long sigh, he also bowed toward the sea of fire. The exalted concealed luminary, Yang Su, had a subtle expression on his face as he did the same. Congratulations to exalted fire luminary for ascending to the grand heavenly immortal realm and achieving immortality. As there were too many bigwig experts in the Tao universe, it was extremely difficult to conceal themselves. Within the pill hall that was about to be revealed, a tall figure stood upright. His entire body was burning with flames. Under the cover of the flames, his figure alternated between a human and a huge sky halberd. Due to the light of the fire, no one could see his appearance clearly. At this moment, the fire suddenly dissipated, revealing the face of a resolute man. He also solemnly bowed towards the sea of fire that filled the universe. Also in the pill hall, the tall Tsanghua divine tree's branches and leaves suddenly trembled even more rapidly. A tree full of snow-white flowers floated down from the tree. There was no end to them, as if a snow had fallen. The old flowers kept falling. However, when they were illuminated by the fire, more new flowers bloomed. as if they were dyed with a layer of faint gold. Congratulations to exalted fire luminary for ascending to the grand heavenly immortal realm and achieving immortality. Within the boundless void outside of the Tao universe, a white-clothed young man was smiling within the speck of radiance. He bowed towards the Tao universe that was filled with flames. As expected, it's a grand occasion. Suo Mingzhang, you really didn't disappoint me. The white-clothed young man seemed to be praising and sighing. I have to thank you. With this, the North Star Emperor's attention will definitely be attracted by you. The immeasurable heavenly Lord will arrive soon, and all of you will have to retreat. Within the Tao universe, the sea of fire engulfed everything. It surrounded the North Star Emperor's starlight and the heretic immortal's treasured light imbued with faith power. Then, it slowly lifted them up. The experts that descended here were about to be swept away by the flames and leave the Tao universe. Before the North Star Emperor shifts his attention back to the world beyond worlds, I will have sufficient time. The white-clothed young man clapped his hands and smiled. Everything is ready, and the east wind has arrived. As he was rejoicing, his expression suddenly changed slightly. Within the Tao universe, a streak of fiery light flew out and slashed towards the white-clothed young man's radiance. Gao Han, you used Juan Huang's descendant to borrow my blade to kill others. You've succeeded. It was Suo Mingzhang's voice. However, you'll have to pay a price for borrowing my blade. The white-clothed young man was one of the new Kunlun 9 luminaries, along with Suo Mingzhang and Jiang Shen. After that, he left the world beyond worlds and the Tao universe. He was the exalted solar luminary, Gao Han. The fiery light slashed apart the radiance Gao Han was hiding in like a hot knife through butter. Hiss! Gao Han's figure turned into a stream of light and retreated rapidly. His speed was raised to the maximum. On top of Gao Han's head, 2 rays of radiance also appeared. This was a veteran expert who had survived the great calamity like the exalted earth luminary, Jiang Shen, the exalted lunar luminary, Ling Qing, and the exalted Rahu luminary, Jian Shenhua. Not only had he reached the grand virtual realm of 5 Qis unification, he had also cultivated the 2 flowers converged crown and reached the virtual immortal peak. He was even stronger than Jiang Shen. However, facing the fiery light, Gao Han didn't have any thoughts of resisting. Among the new Kunlun 9 luminaries, Suo Mingzhang was invincible among those in the same realm. The fiery light caught up to Gao Han and slashed towards his head. There was no sun setting, no sun setting, no sun setting, and no dusk. It was as if the bright sun had turned into a dark night in an instant, without any signs. It was cut off without any process. The brilliant sunlight immediately disappeared. One of the 2 flowers on top of Gao Han's head was destroyed. This wasn't a temporary defeat. It was a complete destruction. If he wanted to cultivate it again, he would need to spend a lot of time and effort. Gao Han's cultivation was directly reduced from the virtual immortal peak by a chunk by Suo Mingzhang. The fiery light's momentum was still present, and it continued slashing towards the other light on top of Gao Han's head. Suo Yanlong, your temper hasn't changed at all, Gao Han said slowly. He kept the remaining light on top of his head into his Naiwan palace. Then he suddenly turned around and received Suo Mingzhang's attack. Although Suo Mingzhang was also from the 3 clear lineage, he didn't kill Gao Han. He only intended to slash off the 2 flowers on top of Gao Han's head and shatter the 5 Qis in his chest. Gao Han forcefully received this attack. Although he managed to preserve his cultivation, he was heavily injured and was on the verge of death. He quickly escaped and didn't dare to stay any longer. After that attack, Suo Mingzhang didn't chase after him. As the blazing sea of flames rose, It repelled the treasured lights imbued with faith power and left the Tao universe. Under the heaven severing, Suo Mingzhang ignored his opponent's attacks. It was as if he was a dam that could advance and forcefully push the flood back. Chapter 1299. Within the Tao universe, the flames were gradually dissipating. The starlight and the treasured light imbued with the power of faith also went far away. In places like the world beyond worlds and the roving jade heavens, the sea of flames that obscured the sky gradually receded. In the world beyond worlds, northern profound heaven territory, in the extreme north, the northern exalt raised his head and looked at the dissipating fiery light in the sky. He clicked his tongue in wonder. He has just ascended to the grand heavenly immortal realm, yet he already possesses such strength. As he was watching the show, his expression changed slightly, and he said, "As expected, we were still discovered." With a slight waver, the figure of the northern exalt had already disappeared. The next moment, a streak of starlight and a streak of fiery light appeared out of thin air, nearly obstructing that fake northern exalt. The figure of the northern exalt swayed all over the world beyond worlds. However, before he could truly stop, starlight and fiery light would chase after him. "Wood demon, where do you think you're going?" "How troublesome." The impostor looked up at the sky and sighed. Then his aura surged. "Do you think I'm one of those opportunists from the immortal court?" As the devilish chi rampaged, not only did it shake the world beyond worlds, it even shook the entire Tao universe. Such an aura was naturally not something that a heretic, grand, heavenly immortal could compare to. It was even comparable to the North Star Upper Palace Heavenly Sovereign Emperor, because it was one of the most ancient and peerless demon exalts of the 9 underworlds, one of the 12 devilish gods and devils, the wood devil of the 6 ultimate devils. Shadow Fiend, the 6 extinct demons had been replaced many times. They had perished and been reborn. Then they had been destroyed by others and continued to seek a chance to be reborn. The only 2 exceptions were the inner demon and the Shadow Fiend. Ever since it was born, the Shadow Devil had existed in the world for a long time. It was even older than the North Star Upper Palace's Heavenly Sovereign Emperor, and even older than Heavenly Venerable Zhao, and the other powerhouses who had been active in this place for 2 epochs during the investiture of the gods' era. However, he was currently facing the attacks of 2 heavenly venerables from the orthodox Taoism. Even among the 3 clear lineages of Taoism, the 2 of them were extraordinary grand heavenly immortals. The starlight and the fiery light didn't stop in the slightest. They struck down together, dispersing the layers of devil chi. The shadow devil abruptly changed his appearance, no longer possessing the appearance of the northern exalt. His body suddenly grew taller, his hair became shorter, and his whole body emitted the scorching aura of the starry heavenly flame. He had transformed into Suo Mingzhang's appearance. What was even more frightening was that when he transformed into Suo Mingzhang, his cultivation and strength seemed to be on par with the real Suo Mingzhang. However, there were still some extremely special exceptions that couldn't be changed. Intercept. As Suo Mingzhang uttered a strange syllable, the Shadow Devil's transformation came to an abrupt halt. The one who had appeared was a middle-aged man, who resembled both the Northern Exalt and Suo Mingzhang. While he wasn't as tall as Suo Mingzhang, he wasn't as short as the stooped old Northern Exalt either. His hair was neither too long nor too short, and it was completely white. It wasn't as white as before, but it wasn't as black and shiny as a young man's. His appearance was also stuck between youth and old age. In terms of appearance, he bore some resemblance to Suo Mingzhang and some resemblance to the Northern Exalt. Even his cultivation and power were stuck in the middle awkwardly. Everything seemed to have been carried out midway, and without any warning or transition, it was forcefully stopped. Is that so? This is truly unprecedented profundity. The shadow devil's expression turned solemn, cultivating the supreme martial arts of the three clear lineages in reverse. No, it has already formed its own style, and even surpassed the primordial earlier Heaven 3 scriptures and the numinous treasure immortal exterminating 4 swords. The unexpected change had caught the shadow devil off guard. The starlight and fiery light that hadn't lost their momentum were still hitting on his body. For a moment, black chi was emitted, as if he was bleeding. The shadow devil didn't bother anymore. He shook his head and crashed into the north of the world beyond worlds, and entered the crack of the void. He didn't stop and flew all the way, leaving the world beyond worlds and the Tao universe. He entered the land of tranquil stream and returned to the 9 underworlds. The fiery light and starlight continued to chase after him. However, a surge of power came from the 9 underworlds and joined hands with the shadow devil to obstruct the fiery light and starlight. After chasing away the shadow devil, the fiery light and starlight didn't continue to chase after him. Instead, they continued to break through the void and left the Tao universe. At the same time, they clashed with each other during this process, because the fiery light's target was Jiangshen and Yang Su. The North Star Emperor descended the starlight to protect Jiangshen and Yang Su and sent them deeper into the void's outskirts. The group of heretic immortals that were pushed out of the Tao universe by Suo Mingzhang were naturally unwilling to give up. Seeing the conflict between Suo Mingzhang and the North Star Emperor, they immediately rushed forward and attacked Suo Mingzhang together. Yan Zhaoga and the others tried to observe the void's outskirts within the Tao universe, but it wasn't very convenient. The Sea of Flames was like an abyss. Rays of treasured lights fell into it and instantly disappeared without a trace. When the treasured lights imbued with faith power disappeared, the immortal quartz experts' immortal splendor, immortal essence, and immortal aura also disappeared. It was as if nothing had ever happened, and nothing had ever existed. Yan Zhaoga knew that those things actually existed. Suo Mingzhang didn't cultivate the peerless heavenly scripture or the chaos-extinguishing origin scripture. However, those things that existed in the past had perished because of him, and they dissipated within the boundless void's outskirts. The only thing that could obstruct the Sea of Flames were the 6 starlights that seemed to be high up in the sky. Although the starlights were always present, they were disturbed by the Sea of Flames, causing their circulation to slow down. The vast Sea of Flames forcefully withstood the starlight's suppression and chased towards the void's outskirts. In the end, the exalted Earth luminary, Jiangshen, and the exalted concealed luminary, Yang Su, weren't able to escape in time, and they were intercepted by Suo Mingzhang. 2 fiery lights descended. The 5 Chi's unifications within Jiangshen's chest were broken, and Yang Su's 4 Chi's fused aura was also disintegrated. After severely injuring Jiangshen and Yang Su, the Sea of Flames didn't go too far. It retracted itself and started sweeping towards the treasured lights imbued with faith power. Heavenly Lord Zhao and the others didn't retreat. Although Suo Mingzhang was strong after ascending to the grand heavenly immortal realm, it also meant that the immeasurable heavenly Lord was about to descend. As long as they could stall for a short moment, just as they were thinking about this, they saw a palm extending out from the Sea of Flames. The palm formed a circle and enveloped the void. It transformed into a fire net, which instantly surrounded the strongest treasured lights imbued with faith power. Those who were surrounded were shocked, while those who weren't surrounded subconsciously retreated. Then, another palm was faintly visible within the Sea of Flames, and it clenched the air. Along with this clench, within the boundless outskirts of the void that was filled with stars, many stars started flickering. These stars disappeared from the original universe and reappeared within the Sea of Flames. Then, they gathered at the center of the clenched hand. Every single one of them contained a terrifying power that could destroy the world. Every single one of them was so huge that a world couldn't contain them. But now, all of them gathered in Suo Mingzhang's hand. Then they condensed continuously and turned into a shining halberd. The power that erupted from the collapse of a star was enough to terrify even immortals. At this moment, all of the stars were collapsing towards the center. It was extremely heavy and terrifying. Even if it was within the outskirts of the void, it still caused the nearby Tao universe to tremble. Then, the halberd landed on the fire net. Within the fire net, the immortal court's 4 heavenly immortals were working together to break through the fire net. However, the terrifying starlight extermination halberd had already landed on their heads. Without a sound, the treasured lights were extinguished. Chapter 1300. The heretic immortals knew that the immeasurable heavenly lord would not sit idly by when Suo Mingzhang ascended to the grand heavenly immortal realm. Suo Mingzhang was also aware of this. Thus, he had absolutely no intention of tangling with Empyrean Zhao, Empyrean Treasure Confinement, and the others. He directly attacked with his full strength, dealing them a destructive blow. After this blow, Suo Mingzhang didn't look at the result and immediately disappeared. The boundless sea of fire instantly disappeared into the endless void, as if it had never been seen again. Similarly, the North Star Emperor's majestic starlight also vanished into the boundless void, leaving no trace behind, as if it had never appeared. In the gradually disappearing sea of fire, there seemed to be a tall figure standing tall. He turned around and looked towards the Tao universe. He vaguely found the pill hall and looked at the Tsanghua divine tree. Within the pill hall's universe, the Tsanghua divine tree's leaves swayed gently. Invisibly, there seemed to be the sound of wind chimes ringing, as if they were bidding farewell. In the sea of fire, the short-haired man smiled, faintly. He turned around and left, disappearing along with the sea of fire. Although there were no signs of any changes, Yan Zhaoge and the others within the Tao universe knew that the immeasurable heavenly lord had arrived. It seemed like there were no signs at all, but that was because the two of them were at completely different levels, and they were unable to observe or sense each other's existence. But Suo Mingzhang and Great Emperor Gaochen could. For Suo Mingzhang, this was the moment that could truly endanger him. His real battle had just begun. As for the group of heretic immortals that had descended into the Tao universe previously, they were currently wailing. Previously, the fiery net had trapped dozens of peak immortal court experts in one fell swoop. Other than Heavenly Lord Zhao, Treasure Confinement, Heavenly Lord, Main Smallpox Emerald Cloud Yuan Lord, and Black Kill Heavenly Lord, almost all the heavenly monarchs that descended upon the Tao universe had fallen into the net. There were even some profound immortal realm emperors of the immortal court. Then, under Suo Mingzhang's galaxy annihilation halberd, the group of heretic immortals trapped in the fire net were all annihilated. The 4 heavenly venerables of the immortal court bore the brunt of the attack and died. This was the best explanation for Suo Mingzhang's previous words. In front of him, in the immortal court heretics, those below the heavenly lord were indeed not worth mentioning. This heavenly lord referred to the immeasurable heavenly lord, because Suo Mingzhang had focused on attacking the opponents with higher cultivation bases. Some of the heretic immortals with lower cultivation bases were able to escape the calamity. They weren't enveloped by the fire net and didn't have to bear the destructive blow. However, just the aftermath of the impact was enough to make them totter. Some unlucky souls who were too close were directly killed by the aftershocks. The souls of those who were lucky enough to escape were shaking, and the celestial qi in their bodies was surging. Even though Suo Mingzhang and Emperor Gaochen had already left, they still had lingering fear in their hearts. The other party had clearly disappeared due to the arrival of the immeasurable Heavenly Lord. They could also imagine the possibility of the immeasurable Heavenly Lord pursuing the two heaven immortals of the orthodox Taoism. However, the surviving experts of the immortal court didn't feel complacent at all. Within the Tao universe, while Yan Zhaoge was praising Suo Mingzhang's achievements, he didn't lose his composure. He immediately said to the Sword Sovereign, Yu Xinbei, Senior Master, let's do it. Although the immeasurable Heavenly Lord came for Suo Mingzhang, the North Star Emperor had no choice but to temporarily hide. Although his attitude towards the immortal court wasn't as intense as the incongruence Divine Mother and the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor, the North Star Emperor was still cautious. He wouldn't trust the immeasurable Heavenly Lord and the immortal court. As such, he had to temporarily hide and conceal himself. With that, the North Star Emperor couldn't pay attention to the world beyond worlds for a short period of time. In the past, when the North Star Emperor and the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor fought, the North Star Emperor, who had a milder attitude, naturally won due to the interference of the immortal court. The Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor and the others left the world beyond worlds and escaped. Although the North Star Emperor had always been hiding within the void's outskirts, he still asked about the details of the world beyond worlds. However, if there were any huge changes in the world beyond worlds, he would immediately notice it. Whether he would take action or not would depend on the situation. As such, no matter if it was Yan Zhaoge and the others or the exalted solar luminary, Gao Han, they could do some small things. However, if they wanted to do something big, they wouldn't succeed. Only under such a situation where the North Star Emperor was forced to escape, he wouldn't be able to notice any huge movements in the world beyond worlds. Even if he knew, with the threat of the immeasurable Heavenly Lord, he wouldn't be able to act rashly within a short period of time. If he wanted to plan something, now was the only chance. Such a situation was what the exalted solar luminary, Gao Han, hoped to see. He was also working hard for it. For Yan Zhaoge, it was also an opportunity. When the sea of flames disappeared, the North Ocean clone bowed towards the faraway flames. Then he immediately descended and broke through space to search for the sky's wound. Then he returned to the world beyond worlds. After descending to the world beyond worlds, he went a look for the Astro Sovereign, Chen Xuanzong, who was guarding this place. However, after contacting him, the Astro Sovereign wasn't here. Instead, he went to the eastern vast Heaven Territory's broad Creed Mountain. Although the Shadow Devil was chased away by Suo Mingzhang and the North Star Emperor, his appearance still brought about a negative impact. He was a top-notch Great Devil equivalent to the Taoism's grand heavenly immortal realm. Moreover, he was one of the most ancient and powerful 12 devilish gods. The Shadow Devil didn't need to do anything special. He only needed to stop suppressing his devilish qi and release his aura. Fortunately, the North Star Emperor had been protecting the world beyond worlds, which prevented the Shadow Devil from harming the masses. However, those who were trapped by the devil were unavoidably affected. Other than the Astro Sovereign, Shi Jun and his mother were also affected. When Suo Mingzhang was still in the virtual immortal realm, he had created 3 protective talismans and gave them to Qin Xuanzong, Shi Jun, and Ning Yuzhen respectively. Thanks to the help of these 3 protective talismans, the 3 of them weren't controlled by the devilish intent within their bodies. The Astro Sovereign's cultivation was higher, and he could barely suppress it. However, Shi Jun and his mother were in a terrible situation. Although he wasn't sure why such a powerful devil like the Shadow Devil could sneak into the world beyond worlds, Chen Xuanzong immediately rushed to the broad Creed Mountain the moment he noticed the Shadow Devil's presence. Under the Astro Sovereign's protection, the mutation of Shi Jun and the others was finally stabilized. Only because of this, the Astro Sovereign couldn't be distracted. After knowing that everything was fine for now, Yen Zhaoge let out a sigh of relief. The North Ocean clone also returned to the Broad Creed Mountain, located in the eastern Vast Heaven territory. Then, he came to the back of the mountain and stomped down. At the same time, outside of the world beyond worlds, within the Tao universe, Yen Zhaoge's main body, who was within the pill hall, also formed a hand seal and softly yelled, "Rise." Within the pill hall's cosmos, layers of talismans and formation patterns appeared and intersected within the dark void. Within the world beyond worlds, with the Broad Creed Mountain's back mountain as the center, layers of formation patterns also appeared. They instantly turned into a huge formation that covered the entire Broad Creed Mountain. Then, they started spreading towards the surroundings. Within the world beyond worlds, the mountains, rivers, and rivers that span billions of miles lit up with radiance. Chapter 1301. In the Broad Creed Mountain, the North Ocean clone raised his head and looked up. He saw that the entire sky was filled with radiance. As the radiance condensed, it gradually turned into many runes and gathered together. One after another, the great formations began to connect with each other, establishing a connection. In the end, an extremely huge formation that no one in the world beyond worlds had ever seen appeared. It almost enveloped the entire world beyond worlds. Most of the mortals in the world were confused as they looked at the phenomenon in the sky. On this day, they had seen too many bizarre scenes. Most of them had never seen such continuous, miraculous scenes in their entire lives. They couldn't understand how magnificent it was. They only felt that the world had changed once again, causing countless mortals to feel fear and trepidation. As for the martial art practitioners in the world beyond worlds, regardless of their cultivation, they could feel that the flow of the spiritual chi in the vast world beyond worlds seemed to be showing signs of changing. What's going on today? Everyone looked at each other and started contacting each other. Previously, when the North Star Upper Palace Heavenly Sovereign Emperor showed his divinity, and the exalted fire luminary ascended to the grand heavenly realm, it was undoubtedly a joyous event for the Taoism martial art practitioners. However, the changes that happened right after that, everything happened on a single day, causing everyone to be doubtful. The Sanluo Emperor and the others, who knew what was going on, were deeply worried at this moment, because they couldn't see through how the situation would develop next, until suddenly their own hands also had unexpected changes. The token plate that they obtained from the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion had a strange change. Radiance surged on the token plate as well. Then it flew towards the sky and disappeared at the end of the void. It had passed through the world beyond worlds boundary fence and arrived at the cosmos. A ray of light extended from every token plate. Then the ray of light flew towards the depths of the cosmos, as if it was guiding the path of some existence. Then light pillars shot up to the sky from the center of the radiant formation patterns all over the world beyond worlds. Under the guidance of the rays of light, the thick light pillars passed through the world beyond worlds territory and flew towards the dark void in the depths of the Taoism universe. These thick light pillars were like ropes that connected the world beyond worlds to some existence in the depths of the cosmos. Then, the beam of light began to retract. Like a cable, it slowly dragged the existence in the depths of the universe out. Streaks of golden light flickered as purple mist pervaded the air. A vast palace of white jade that seemed even larger than the world beyond worlds gradually appeared from the depths of the dim universe. It was the heavenly quartz divine palace's Pill Hall in the past. At this moment, the group of heretic immortals were still suppressing the discomfort caused by Suo Mingzhang's attack. However, the exalted earth luminary Jiang Xin had already returned to the Tao universe. His face was pale, but his gaze was still steady. Looking at the immortal palace that gradually appeared in the vast universe, Jiang Shun's expression turned solemn. The legendary awakened sky palace. Jiang Shun's gaze followed the pill hall and saw the light pillars that looked like ropes. Then he saw the world beyond worlds that was connected to the pill hall because of these light pillars. Jiang Shun's gaze turned cold. Such a huge move. Are you trying to forcefully merge the world beyond worlds with the pill hall? It's impossible. As long as the Triratna Jade Scepter is still in the hands of the North Star Emperor, it's destined to be impossible. Jiang Shun's expression suddenly changed. Wait, are you trying to split the world beyond worlds into two? He immediately rushed towards the direction of the pill hall. However, a figure blocked in front of him. With a high crown and ancient clothes, he slashed his sword across the sky. It was the sword sovereign, Yu Xinbei. You actually want to split the world beyond worlds. Jiang Shun spoke with a stern expression for the first time. Don't you know the consequences of a world being torn apart? When his fist landed, it was so heavy that it felt as if the entire world beyond worlds was suppressing towards Yu Xinbei. The five Qis unification was broken by Suo Mingzhang. Jiang Shun's cultivation had temporarily regressed back to the profound immortal realm. It wasn't impossible for him to advance again. However, it would take more effort. However, although his cultivation had fallen from the five Qis unification realm, Jiang Shun's strength was still tyrannical. In the past, the earthly sovereign was the leader among the three sovereigns of the world beyond worlds. On one hand, it was because of his seniority. On the other hand, it was because of the concealed sovereign's support. However, the most important point was that the earthly sovereign, Jiang Shun, was stronger than the other two sovereigns. Wherever his iron fist went, the void collapsed and was crushed by the heavy force. Zhaoge is indeed trying to split the world beyond worlds. Yu Xinbei's expression didn't change. He raised his sword and welcomed the attack. Split, not split. The world beyond worlds wouldn't collapse without touching the Triratna Scepter's imprint beneath the Kunlun Mountain. However, with the help of the Pill Hall, we can still split this world into two, from one world to two worlds. Yu Xinbei said with a serious expression, Old Jiang, please, just like how the North Star Emperor and the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor did in the past, why don't we go our separate ways? Now that the North Star Emperor couldn't care about the Tao universe, it was the perfect opportunity. The location of the Tao universe and the world beyond worlds was already known and fixed by the immortal court heretics. Moreover, the North Star Emperor might be under his supervision at any time. Although the immortal court suffered a setback because of Suo Mingzhang, and the North Star Emperor left, they couldn't run away. As long as they remained in the world beyond worlds, or even the Tao universe, the threat would always exist. After understanding the situation, Yen Zhaoge started preparing a bold plan. He would leave the world beyond worlds and establish his own sect. It was easy for him to leave by himself, and it wasn't difficult for him to bring his fellow disciples of the broad Creed Mountain along. However, in the world beyond worlds, there were Yu Xinbei's Jade Capital Crag, Qin Xuanzong's Jade Sky Peak, the southeastern Golden Court Mountain, and others who were closely related to him. Since he wanted to establish his own sect, Yen Zhaoge decided to go big. Due to the Triratna Scepter, he couldn't fuse the entire world beyond worlds with the Pill Hall. However, after making the appropriate arrangements, he would take away more than half of the world beyond worlds. The world beyond worlds was the blood and sweat of Yan Xintang, Xiao Junhuang, Suo Mingzhang, Qin Xuanzong, and the others, other than the Taoism martial art practitioners from the three clear lineage. There were also billions of mortals living within. Although Yen Zhaoge knew that his morals were limited, he wouldn't go so far as to cause the world beyond worlds to collapse and plunge its people into misery. However, that was all he could do. He didn't intend to let the North Star Emperor Jiangshen and the others benefit from it. Hence, not only the world beyond worlds, but Yen Xiaoge would also take away more than half of the lower realms that belong to the world beyond worlds. He would bring away as many people and resources as he could. Yen Xiaoge never intended to start from scratch. Of course, he would pick up what was already there. Previously, the broad Creed Mountain's influence in the world beyond worlds had increased tremendously. It wasn't just limited to the Eastern Territory. It was vaguely standing side by side with the Kunlun Mountain, forming the two centers of the world beyond worlds. After today, Central Kunlun and Eastern Broad Creed Mountain would be the true leaders. You sit in your Kunlun world beyond worlds, and I'll sit in my Broad Creed sky beyond skies. Chapter 1302, Experiencing the Changes that were happening in the world beyond worlds, the exalted earth luminary Jiangshen's expression regained its calmness. The younger generation will surpass us in time. The old man let out a long sigh. At least you didn't lose your mind, since you care about the common people. It's true that ice and charcoal can't be placed in the same furnace. However, this old man can't just sit and watch as you separate the world beyond worlds. He took a deep breath, and his body seemed to have instantly grown taller. Then, a huge hammer suddenly appeared in Jiangshen's hand. The surface of the black, eight-edged hammer flickered with an earthen yellow luster. It was extremely heavy. It was the tranquil, immortal artifact that the exalted earth luminary Jiangshen had used to shake the world beyond worlds in the past. It was the fifth earth octagonal hammer. It was as famous as the Astro Sovereign's broken cold wave and the concealed sovereign's heaven-shrouding fan. After Jiangshen became a virtual immortal, he didn't use it anymore. However, he could use it again now. The Qilin Cliff's martial arts originated from Jiangshen himself. Their style was more focused on defense than offense. Jiangshen himself was very clear about this when he had ascended to the profound immortal realm and abandoned the Yin-Yang Earth Mountain River diagram to refine his tranquil level immortal artifact. He had specially refined such a ferocious offensive weapon, a pure weapon that was filled with destructive and offensive power. Currently, Jiangshen had a hammer in his hand. As he raised the fifth earth octagonal hammer, his entire aura changed. At this moment, the honest elder with a strong scholarly aura had transformed into an iron-blooded general on the battlefield, conquering the world and breaking through enemy lines. The sword sovereign Yu Zhenbei's expression became even more solemn. He didn't have a tranquil, level immortal artifact with him. The enemy in front of him wasn't like the lofty sovereign, Zhang Buxu of the prime clear lineage. Zhang Buxu also had a tranquil, level immortal artifact. However, it was damaged due to other matters and needed to be repaired. That was why he didn't bring it with him when he entered the pill hall. At this moment, the exalted earth luminary Jiangshen raised the fifth earth octagonal hammer and smashed it towards Yu Zhenbei's head. The ferocious and domineering immortal artifact had completely fused with Jiangshen's yin-yang earth heaven-breaking hammer. They helped each other, creating an effect that was greater than two. It was actually even more ferocious. When the hammer landed, it seemed to be similar to when he attacked, when he was still a virtual immortal. Yu Zhenbei's sword light spread out and interlocked with each other. Jiangshen's hammer moved about. Although the enemy in front of him was powerful, Yu Zhenbei's expression was solemn, and he didn't show any signs of fear. He was only focused and devoted to the martial path of the sword. He calmly dealt with every single attack of the enemy, and dealt with Jiangshen's violent and ferocious attacks with the method of guerrilla combat. Although they were both guerrilla warfare, there were different methods. Yu Zhenbei didn't blindly dodge. Instead, as his figure moved, he struck out with his sword again and again, fighting attacks with attacks. Like the wind and rain, It continuously eroded the sturdy mountain rocks day and night, causing them to decay. Although he was in a disadvantageous position, Yu Xunbei was still able to defend himself and didn't show any signs of being defeated. Jiang Shun's gaze towards Yu Xunbei was filled with pity. In order to stop Yan Zhaoge from connecting the pill hall to the world beyond worlds, as soon as possible, he started going all out with his attacks that could topple the mountains and overturn the seas. He intended to force Yu Xunbei to retreat. Jiang Shun didn't have the mood to be entangled with Yu Xunbei here. That was meaningless. To him, stopping Yan Zhaoge was the most important thing. However, at that moment, a ray of golden light suddenly appeared from the white jade hall in the faraway void, and instantly reached in front of Jiang Shun. Jiang Shun's heart tightened. The heavenly quartz divine palace's pill hall is indeed profound. It can even split a portion of its strength to defend itself when it's performing the ritual to separate the world beyond worlds. Helplessly, he could only turn around and block the golden light with his hammer. However, with that, it wasn't easy for Jiang Shun to bypass Yu Xunbei's obstruction anymore. Although he still had the upper hand, every time he tried to turn his advantage into victory, the pill hall would shoot him with a sneak attack. It made Jiang Shun extremely frustrated, and he couldn't take another step forward. Within the pill hall, within the court purple divine pavilion, Yan Zhaoge's expression was calm. While he was dealing with the exalted earth luminary, Jiang Shun, he was also carefully controlling the progress of the ritual. This plan had too many implications. It could only be carried out because he had obtained the pill hall, which gave Yan Zhaoge the capability to play such a huge game. However, even so, he wasn't completely confident. If he was careless, he might fail on the verge of success. If he didn't succeed this time, there might not be enough time and chance for him to redo it. Due to Suo Mingzhang's attack, the exalted earth luminary, Jiang Shun's cultivation had dropped. Although Yan Zhaoge had to be wary of him, with Yu Xunbei blocking him, Yan Zhaoge could easily resolve Jiang Shun's interference. However, the current him wasn't the one Yan Zhaoge was wary of the most. If there was a chance that the plan would fail this time, it would be in other areas. Exalted solar luminary, Gao Han. Yan Zhaoge's gaze pierced through the pill hall's domain and scanned the Tao universe. You've been planning for so long. Is this all you've got? You should know the exalted fire's temper. Did you only place your hopes on no one discovering you? The truth has proven that it's not reliable. However, if you had other arrangements, where would it be? Although Yan Zhaoge had guessed that the 9 underworlds might make a move, he never expected a top-notch great devil like the Shadow Devil to be able to sneak into the world beyond worlds without anyone noticing. Until now, Yan Zhaoge was still curious about how the Shadow Devil managed to sneak in. Unfortunately, he didn't have the time to find the answer under the current situation. Instead, he had to face a problem. Because of the Shadow Devil's influence, the Astro Sovereign couldn't do anything for the time being. Since his side strength was damaged, they had less ability to react to any sudden situations. While Yan Zhaoge was trying his best to ensure that his plan would proceed as planned, the exalted earth luminary, Jiang Shun, was also trying to find a way to break out of this situation. His understanding of Gao Han would only be deeper than Yan Zhaoge. He was also worried about Gao Han's movements. Previously, in order to protect the immortal splendor on top of his head, he took Suo Mingzhang's attack head-on. With his heavy injuries, he shouldn't be able to fight anymore. Although he thought so, Jiang Shun didn't feel relaxed at all. Yan Zhaoge's plan was gradually coming true. Jiang Shun could only be anxious, not to mention Yan Di, Nie Jingshen, and the others who had yet to push open the immortal door. Mars Halberd had yet to show himself. The female emperor, Jieming Kong's whereabouts were still unknown. The concealed sovereign, Yang Su's four-cheese-fused aura was broken by Suo Mingzhang, which meant that he had temporarily fallen to the true immortal realm. If he wanted to cultivate again, it would be easier than Gaohan and Jiangshen. However, it wouldn't be done in a day. But Jiangshen shifted his gaze to the side. There, the concealed sovereign, Yang Su, was looking at the faraway world beyond worlds, and he was in a daze. The exalted concealed luminary didn't seem to have any intention of making a move. Although he had fallen to the true immortal realm, he was still a top-notch existence amongst true immortals. Although the current situation wasn't something that Yang Su could handle alone, Jiangshen still felt a chill in his heart when he acted like he wasn't involved. Yan Zhaoge also noticed this abnormal scene. Feeling Jiangshen's gaze, Yang Su turned his head and smiled. The situation is unstable, and the building is about to collapse. Sorry for troubling you, Taoist Yang. Taoist Yang, I've always known that you have your own thoughts. Jiangshen said slowly. For so many years, you've maintained contact with the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor. You said that you wanted to obtain more information from that side, and you did report a lot of important information to the North Star Emperor. However, I believe that you're trying to gain more information from both sides. No matter what you did in the past, I hope Taoist Yang will reconsider your actions. Yang Su smiled. Yeah, you know about all these. Unfortunately, you don't know who I am. Chapter 1303. Unfortunately, you don't know who I am. The exalted, concealed luminary. Yang Su had a leisurely expression on his face. However, his shocking words caused the exalted earth luminary, Jiangshen, to feel terrified. He stared at Yang Su and vaguely thought of something. His expression became extremely solemn. Yang Su, on the other hand, had a relaxed expression. He smiled leisurely and said, "We haven't seen each other for many years. Now that we've met again, I can't talk to Brother Jiang with my original appearance. Please don't blame me. We all know how powerful Suo Yanlong is. If we want to make use of him, we'll definitely have to pay a huge price. Moreover, there's still the North Star Emperor. In order to reassure them, I can only pay a huge price." Fortunately, things went smoothly. As he spoke, the concealed sovereign, Yang Su, started to transform. His facial features were still the same as before, ordinary and unremarkable, making it easy to forget. Only a pair of eyes were an exception. The pair of eyes that were previously calm and lustrous were now shining brighter and brighter, like the morning stars. In the end, the stars rose like the rising sun. They quickly crossed the horizon and hung at the top of the vault of heaven, like the sun in the middle of the sky. Jiangshen didn't back down at all. He stared at the dazzling radiance and spoke word by word. Brilliant, cold. Even Yuzhenbei, who was fighting against Jiangshen previously, slowed down his movements at this moment. He was surprised to see the exalted, concealed luminary, who he was once extremely familiar with, but was now unfamiliar to him. It wasn't accurate to say that he was unfamiliar with the current appearance of the exalted, concealed luminary. However, Yuzhenbei had seen that pair of sun-like eyes before. However, it didn't belong to the exalted, concealed luminary, Yang Su. Instead, it belonged to another of the new Kunlun 9 luminaries of the past, the exalted solar luminary, who had left the world beyond worlds for thousands of years, Gao Han. Even Yan Zhaoge, who was within the Pill Hall's purple divine pavilion, felt that it was unbelievable. Because of the Astro Sovereign, Chun Xuanzong, he had long known that the concealed sovereign, Yang Su, had been plotting something in the dark. He had even hidden it from the earthly sovereign, Jiangshen. He had even tricked the Astro Sovereign and silenced him. However, he had not expected that the concealed sovereign Yang Su, who had been one of the 3 sovereigns of the world beyond worlds for thousands of years, was actually a clone of someone else. the clone of the exalted solar luminary, Gao Han, the exalted earth luminary. Jiangshan wasn't completely unaware of the exalted earth luminary schemes. It could even be said that he knew many things like the back of his hand. However, what was frightening was that Gao Han had purposely let him know about these matters in order to reassure him and the North Star Emperor. He took the initiative to hand over the secret to Jiangshan and the others, but they would only be able to obtain what Gao Han wanted. The deeper secrets were even more hidden because of this. Just like how his main body was heavily injured by Suo Mingzhang outside the Tao universe and had no choice but to flee for his life. However, he had already hidden his true chess piece within the Tao universe. He waited patiently for Emperor Gaochen and Suo Mingzhang to leave before he showed himself. "Since when?" Jiangshan asked with a deep voice. "Even if you can hide from me, fellow Taoist Chen. And Zhenbei, how can you hide from the North Star Emperor?" Yang Su smiled. "I'm lucky. A treasure that I obtained by chance helped me. After all, the North Star Emperor spends most of his time in the void of the outer realm and rarely returns. Actually, I almost exposed myself a few times. Luckily, I managed to escape unscathed." He curled his lips. "As for when? Yeah, it's been since the beginning." Everyone present felt a chill in their hearts. "It's not a swap." Zhenbei's pupils shrunk. From the beginning, there was no exalted concealed luminary. Yang Su, there was only a clone of the exalted solar luminary. Gao Han, the real new Kunlun 9 luminaries, only had 8 people from the beginning. And the exalted solar luminary, Gao Han's clone, that pushed open the immortal door and was a true immortal. There's no need to be so shocked, right? The reason why fellow Taoist Gao of the roving Jade Heavens had the title of Profound Sovereign was because of her outstanding strength. Also, wasn't it because she had 1 soul and 2 bodies? Wasn't it because she had a clone that had the same cultivation as her main body? Yang Su smiled. "This clone of mine is far inferior. How much fortune it can obtain will depend on its own cultivation." Jiangshan remained silent like a statue. The profound sovereign's clone wouldn't be able to hide itself from others. Others would think that it was an independent living person and not someone's clone. To be more precise, an existence like Yang Su might not be the only one in the world, but it was almost impossible to find one in the entire world. Not only Jiangshan couldn't see through it, even the North Star Emperor was fooled, although he wasn't sure about it now. Everyone, including the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor, was also fooled when the world beyond worlds was established. Yang Su smiled. "I didn't expect it to be so far away. It's purely because I wanted to gather 9 people to perform the ritual. This clone of mine possesses outstanding talents in all aspects. That's why I brought him here to make up the numbers. Please don't laugh at me." Yan Zhaoge cursed in his heart. "Indeed. The only problem is that you never told anyone that this isn't a helper you found, but your own clone. After a series of mishaps, I managed to get to where I am today. It can be considered an unexpected surprise." As he spoke, Yang Su looked at the world beyond worlds, heavens and earth. Jiangshan finally moved. He stared at him. "As expected, you're here for the Triratna Jade Scepter. You want to activate the world beyond world seal and shake the North Star Emperor's control over the treasure, allowing the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor to obtain it?" Yang Su nodded. "Since I've been here for so many years, I should be of some use. Now, I finally have the chance." His gaze fell upon the pillars of light that connected the world beyond worlds to the pill hall. Although Yan Zhaoge was shocked by the sudden change in the situation, he didn't slow down. He continued activating the ritual that he had set up. The pill hall's door opened at this moment. Layers of purple mist permeated the air, transforming into a vast and boundless sea of clouds. and enveloped the world beyond worlds. The younger generation will surpass the older, Gao Han praised. He turned around and looked at the pill hall. His gaze was a little distant. I didn't expect it to be done to this extent. Jiang Shen no longer attacked the pill hall. Instead, he looked at Gao Han cautiously. Under the current situation, Gao Han couldn't activate the Triratna Jade Scepter Seal buried beneath the Kunlun Mountain after Yan Zhaoga's plan was completed. Otherwise, the world beyond worlds wouldn't be able to maintain itself and would be completely destroyed. Conversely, if Gao Han were to activate the seal, Yan Zhaoga's plan would have to stop. Otherwise, the world beyond worlds would be destroyed. Although Gao Han had personally participated in establishing the world beyond worlds, his thoughts were always unpredictable. Jiang Shun couldn't predict what he would do. Gao Han's main body was heavily injured by Suo Mingzhang. He was already powerless to interfere. The clone in front of him had already fallen to the true immortal realm. Even if he was still a profound immortal, he wouldn't be able to control the situation and suppress Yan Zhaoga and the others. However, since Gao Han dared to show himself, how could he not be confident? From today onwards, I can no longer use this body to look at this beautiful landscape. The ordinary-looking man smiled. Then, fiery lights started surging from his entire body. Rays of flames descended towards the world beyond worlds and formed a huge formation that enveloped the heavens and earth. At the same time, Yangtze's right eye socket suddenly turned pitch black. Within the darkness, a cold radiance suddenly appeared. Within the white radiance, a silhouette slowly appeared. Chapter 1304. While Gao Han's clone was speaking, Jiang Shen and Yu Jinbei, who were originally fighting, stopped. Then, the two of them attacked Yang Su together. Although the Yang Su in front of them posed no threat to them, with their understanding of the exalted solar luminary, Gao Han, they knew that he must have made appropriate arrangements. Since he dared to make a move in front of Jiang Shen and Yu Jinbei, it meant that he had the confidence to suppress everyone present. In such a situation, Gao Han was very likely to be the one who held the initiative. As the weaker party, Jiang Shen and Yu Jinbei naturally joined hands without any tacit understanding. Yan Zhaoga, who was within the pill hall, even controlled the pill hall to shoot out a ray of golden light towards Yangtze. But before their attacks could even touch him, the surface of Yangtze's body automatically surged with flames and started burning. The roiling fiery light transformed into a grand formation that enveloped the world beyond worlds, while the pupils of Yangtze's will turned dim before emitting a cold, bright white light. Within the white light, a figure appeared. Wherever the pure radiance reached, it instantly blocked off Jiang Shen Yu Jinbei and the pill hall's attacks. Upon seeing the woman's figure in the bright moonlight, Jiang Shen's expression became even more solemn. Fellow Taoist Ling, seeing that woman, Yan Zhaoga did not feel very surprised. Gao Han's clone had transformed into the exalted concealed luminary. Yang Su, even with many secret arts and fortuitous encounters, it was still extremely difficult for him to hide from figures like the North Star Emperor and the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor. Apart from Gao Han's own hard work, there was another person that could help him. The exalted lunar luminary, Ling Qing. Hidden star Ketu was the opposing star of the lunar star and the lunar star of extreme Yin. The power of the lunar eclipse and the power of extreme Yin were mutually exclusive. If Gao Han could obtain her help, he would be able to achieve twice the results with half the effort. Back then, the North Star Great Emperor and the Southern Extremity Longevity Great Emperor were always in seclusion within the void. However, the new Kunlun 9 luminaries often worked together during that era. Amongst martial art practitioners of the same cultivation realm, the exalted lunar luminary, Ling Qing, was the one who was most likely to sense the exalted concealed luminary, Yang Su's abnormality. that woman within the moonlight, was also the former owner of the Extreme Een crown. It was she who had left the Extreme Een crown in that lower world of the Eight Extremities world. The pillar of the divine palace that Yen Zhaoge had obtained from the great western desert of the Eight Extremities world had also been inscribed with an image of her descending into the Eight Extremities world. It was just that at that time, his features had been completely enveloped by a clear light, as Yen Zhaoge, with his low cultivation base, had been unable to see through him. Now, Yen Zhaoge could naturally see the other party's appearance clearly. Her facial features were above average. Although she wasn't as gorgeous as Xiao Junhuang, the exalted wood luminary, she had her own charm. She was cold and serene, which was unforgettable and eye-catching. Of course, at this moment, the most eye-catching part was the sonorous voice of the great Tao that caused one's mind to become sluggish and soul to go blank. It resounded within the Tao universe once again. The exalted lunar luminary, Ling Qing, who hadn't returned to the world beyond worlds for thousands of years, had also passed the profound origin tribulation and ascended to the grand virtual immortal realm. Ling Qing's figure leapt out from Yangtze's right eye and swept her cold gaze across the surroundings. Meanwhile, Yangtze's body completely transformed into fiery light, descending towards the world beyond worlds. The grand formation formed of fiery light hovered in the cosmic void outside of the world beyond worlds. Still guided by it, streaks of spiritual light shot into the sky from Kunlun Mountain in the world beyond worlds, as well connecting with the fiery grand formation outside the world. For a moment, the entire Kunlun Mountain seemed to be in turmoil. Light flickered one after another throughout the world beyond worlds. It was precisely the area-latitude formation that Yen Zhaoge and Xue Chuqing had previously established. The area-latitude formation that virtually enveloped the entire world beyond worlds began to circulate at this moment, assisting the grand formation of fire outside of the world beyond worlds in forming a boundless, massive force that seemed like it wanted to uproot the entire Kunlun Mountain. But soon, the rays of light rising from the area-latitude formation weakened. Although Yen Zhaoge and his mother didn't know Gao Han's true thoughts, they could guess that Gao Han had his own plans. Yen Zhaoge and his mother weren't interested in being used by others. Of course, they wouldn't follow Gao Han's steps. After all, they didn't lack this formation to contact the exalted fire, Suo Mingzhong. The power of the area-latitude formation was exhausted, and the turbulence of Kunlun Mountain weakened slightly. However, it only slowed down, not stopped. Kunlun Mountain was still shaking. Obviously, Gao Han didn't intend to rely on others to complete the core of his plan. The purpose of the area-latitude formation was to accelerate the progress of the main ritual. Now that the area-latitude formation couldn't be used, Gao Han's ritual's circulation speed had slowed down a lot. However, it was still functioning continuously. Kunlun Mountain was shaking nonstop, and Yen Zhaoge's ritual was also progressing. Being affected by two factors, the world beyond worlds dimensional space suddenly became unstable. Looking from the cosmos outside the world, the originally shapeless boundary of the vast world of creation was slowly becoming visible. It was tangible. As for the boundary of this world, it was clearly distorting, and cracks were vaguely appearing. If this continued, the result would be this world being torn apart and destroyed. After the exalted lunar luminary, Ling Qing appeared. She didn't say anything. She extended her palm and slashed towards the void far away. After receiving her slash, the light pillar connecting the pill hall and the world beyond worlds became unstable. The connection between the pill hall and the world beyond worlds weakened. Within the world beyond worlds, the brilliance of the runes arranged by Yen Zhaoge started dimming. As one of the two influences on the world beyond worlds weakened, the world beyond worlds became stable once again. Although the spirit chi circulation was still changing, it could maintain the most basic stability. The evil chi wouldn't rise to the point where it couldn't be controlled, and it would eventually perish. However, with this, Gao Han's plan was progressing as planned, while Yan Zhaoge's plan was going to end halfway. Under the premise of ensuring that the world beyond worlds wouldn't be destroyed, only one of their plans could proceed smoothly. If one of them succeeded, the other would fail. In the current situation, whoever was stronger would be the one to call the shots. The loser wouldn't even have the chance to forcefully push his plan forward and risk the destruction of the world beyond worlds. The sword sovereign, Yu Xinbei, took a deep breath, and his sword lights rose again. He attacked the fiery formation that the concealed sovereign sacrificed himself to create. No matter which side succeeded, the exalted earth luminary, Jiangshan, wasn't happy to see it. As such, he made his move as well. Ling Qing's figure seemed to be at the center of the cosmos. She didn't move at all. 2 rays of pure, white lights flew out and intercepted Yu Xinbei and Jiangshan. Then, the 3rd ray of white light flew out and went against the golden light released by the pill hall. Her gaze remained calm, and the cold and silent pure white moonlight shone down from her body, illuminating the entire universe. Suddenly, a golden-red luster lit up between her brows. It was extremely dazzling. It was as if a huge sun was rising from the moonlight. As the sunlight and moonlight combined, Ling Qing's aura surged. It was even more shocking than when Jiangshan was a virtual immortal. A golden banner flew out from Ling Qing's brows and fluttered above her head. Seeing that banner, Yan Zhaoge, Jiangshan, Yu Xinbei, and the others' hearts sank. It was a grand, virtual, level immortal artifact. With the banner in hand, even if the profound sovereign and the vine sovereign from the roving jade heavens arrived, the exalted lunar luminary, Ling Qing, would still be able to sweep through everyone. Even if Jiangshan ascended to the virtual immortal realm, he wouldn't be able to materialize a grand virtual level immortal artifact for himself. Ling Qing had also ascended to the virtual immortal realm earlier than Jiangshan. However, this immortal artifact didn't belong to her. Instead, it was refined by Gao Han, who had ascended to the virtual immortal realm many years ago. Gao Han's main body was heavily injured because of Suo Mingzhang. However, he didn't intend to use the Holy Radiance banner himself. Instead, he handed it over to Ling Qing to suppress the Tao universe. Chapter 1305. Currently, if the experts of the Tao universe wanted to fight against the exalted lunar luminary who wielded the Holy Radiance banner, there was only one possibility. The roving jade heaven's profound sovereign, Gao Qingxian, had ascended to the grand virtual immortal realm with her 5 Qis unification. Her talents were extraordinary, and she was blessed by many. Her strength was already one of the top martial art practitioners in the same cultivation realm. In the past, when her cultivation was still weak, she had refined a miraculous clone. That clone's cultivation had increased at the same pace as the profound sovereign. They had pushed open the immortal door together, passed through the pure profound tribulation together, and achieved the tranquil profound immortal realm with the duo Chi's fused aura. If the profound sovereign could successfully pass through the profound origin tribulation, the profound sovereign's clone would be able to easily pass through such a hurdle as if it was a flat land. By then, even without a grand virtual level immortal artifact, Gao Qingxian would be able to fight against Ling Qing. For Yan Zhaoge's side, they didn't have to defeat the exalted lunar luminary. As long as someone could distract her, he would be able to resolve Gao Han's arrangements and regain control of the situation. Unfortunately, both the Sword Sovereign and the Astro Sovereign were against the roving jade heavens interfering in today's matter. Even if they contacted the roving jade heavens to assist them, it would be futile. Before this battle, Yen Zhaoge had specifically communicated with Gao Shuebua and Long Shueji. The profound sovereign's seclusion this time wasn't enough to help her break through her bottleneck and pass through the profound origin tribulation. If her accumulation wasn't sufficient, she might perish under the tribulation if she forcefully tried. That was the principle of a martial art practitioner responding to the heavens and earth. The tribulation would be triggered by cultivating one's body internally and the heavens externally. There was no luck involved in passing the tribulation. If one wasn't careful, they would perish. It was already difficult for a sword cultivator to increase their cultivation realm. Even someone as outstanding as the profound sovereign, Gao Qingxian, was no exception. In the past, the roving Jade Seven were born after the Great Calamity. Their accumulation of time was still rather weak. If there wasn't any special reason or great fortune, they would have to accumulate their strength bit by bit. They couldn't save time. Someone like Suo Mingzhong was a special case among special cases. He didn't have any value to others. Only, no one in the Tao universe could withstand the exalted lunar luminary, Ling Qing. Taoist Jiang, it's been a while. Ling Qing's calm and cold gaze shifted from Jiang Shen to Yu Jinbei. And the pill hall, Taoist Yen, congratulations on having a successor. Looking at the pill hall, her gaze paused for a moment. The exalted lunar luminary seemed to be in a daze for a moment. However, she quickly regained her focus. Awaken Sky Hall, awaken Sky Hall. Sigh, awaken Sky Hall. Ling Qing sighed. Inwardly, it's still the same as before. Unfortunately, things remain the same, but people have changed. The palace is still the same, but the people are different. Yen Zhaoge's gaze was currently focused. Strictly speaking, among the new Kunlun 9 luminaries, the exalted solar luminary, Gao Han, and the exalted lunar luminary, Ling Qing, were the first ones Yen Zhaoge came into contact with. Between the exalted solar luminary Gao Han and the exalted earth luminary Jiang Shen, Yen Zhaoge was more wary of Gao Han. From the looks of it, his previous worries were not unfounded. Yen Zhaoge was also surprised by Gao Han's actions. He didn't expect the exalted solar luminary Gao Han and the exalted concealed luminary Yang Su to be the same person. Right now, the main problem he had to deal with was still the exalted lunar luminary, Ling Qing. Yen Zhaoge had a feeling when he recalled the traces she left behind in the Eight Extremities world. Her understanding of his clan might be much deeper than he expected. In the past, the exalted solar luminary, Gao Han, hid in the Eight Extremities world and disguised himself as the exalted solar luminary. Was it really just to mislead others and conceal his whereabouts? Taoist Ling, it's been a long time. The exalted earth luminary, Jiang Shen, looked at Ling Qing and said slowly, "This world beyond worlds' earthly sovereign looked to be in his 50s or 60s. However, he never showed any signs of aging. Now, an unsuppressible look of exhaustion appeared on his face. At this moment, Jiang Shen really seemed to have the appearance of a 50 or 60-year-old man in the secular world who was in his twilight years. However, his back was still as straight as an unwavering mountain. I don't find it strange that Gao Han would be thinking about the mark beneath the Kunlun mountain," Jiang Shen said slowly. "Now that I think about it, his clone, which had transformed into Yang Su, had been staying in seclusion for so many years. He had been guarding the mark and analyzing it. He must have been preparing for today. Opening the door to invite a thief, I can only blame myself for passing off fish eyes as pearls. I only have myself to blame today." The exalted lunar luminary, Ling Qing, said plainly, "When we left with the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor, and the 3 treasures Jade Scepter fell into the North Star Emperor's hands, it was because the Immortal Court was more focused on suppressing us. Now, Thanks to Daoist Suwa, we have the chance to compete against each other again. As Ling Qing said that, she raised her hand and grabbed the holy radiance banner that was flickering with the radiance of the sun. As the banner swayed within the cosmos, a gale was instantly raised. The gale wasn't as formless as normal storms. Instead, it manifested violent streams of light that engulfed every corner of the void. Wherever the solar storm went, everyone could barely stand steadily. The majestic, sonorous voice of the great Tao resounded. Even Yu Junbei, who was in the profound immortal realm, felt that his thoughts weren't circulating smoothly. It was as if they were being suppressed, causing them to become sluggish. In comparison, Jiang Shun's situation was much better. Although his cultivation had dropped, he was still someone who had cultivated the sonorous voice. As such, he was able to move freely. However, being pressured by Ling Qing and the Holy Radiance Banner's aura, Jiang Shun felt that it was difficult to move. Currently, Yan Zhaoge was within the pill hall. Under the pill hall's protection, he wasn't affected by the sonorous voice of the great Tao too much. He continuously issued orders and controlled the pill hall to stabilize its connection with the world beyond worlds. However, Ling Qing clearly didn't intend to give Yan Zhaoge a chance. As she waved the Holy Radiance banner to suppress Jiang Shun, Yu Junbei, and the others, she slashed her palm towards the void again. A few more light pillars connecting the pill hall and the world beyond worlds broke apart. I'll have to risk it all. Within the purple divine pavilion, the profound sky purple golden furnace appeared once again. Yan Zhaoge extended his palm and pressed on the furnace's surface. A strange ritual started circulating. Yan Zhaoge was within it, and he vaguely felt as if his soul had left his body. What's wrong with the awakened sky hall? Ling Qing, who had the highest cultivation among everyone present, and was possibly the most familiar with the pill hall other than Yan Zhaoge, quickly noticed the abnormality. However, before the ritual was completed, Yan Zhaoge, whose soul's connection with the pill hall had become even closer, was able to sense the world beyond worlds and the Tao universe with the help of the pill hall. He could clearly feel that the world beyond worlds territory had become unstable. Somewhere, it had passed through the Tao universe's space and was directly connected to the outskirts, the northern profound heaven territory. Someone was attempting to enter the world beyond worlds through the outskirts land of tranquil stream. Chapter 1306. Again, Yan Zhaoge felt a chill within his heart. Just now, the shadow demon caused a ruckus and was repelled by Suo Mingzhong and great monarch Gaochen. Although Suo Mingzhong and the North Star Emperor had left the Tao universe because of the immeasurable heavenly lord, if the shadow devil were to return, or if other heavenly lord-level great devils were to descend upon the upper world, it would still be a taboo. To the numerous intelligent living beings in the universe, the devils of the netherworld were public enemies. When a peak great demon left the 9 underworlds, it would be fine if they did not reveal their tracks. However, if they did, they would easily be surrounded and attacked. However, given the current situation, even if it wasn't a peak great devil or ancient devil, but a heavenly monarch level devil, it would still affect the current situation of the world beyond worlds. To the exalted lunar luminary, Ling Qing, who was in control of the situation, the impact was naturally the greatest. However, Yan Zhaoge wasn't willing for a peak great devil to interfere. Astro Sovereign, Shi Jun, and his mother were both trying to stabilize their minds because of the shadow demon's influence. If they were disturbed by the great demon, the consequences would be unimaginable. Outside of the Tao universe, there were still some remaining immortal court experts. They were temporarily stranded by the outskirts of the void due to Suo Mingzhong's attack. But after so much time had passed, it was very likely that they had started to move again. Since they couldn't deal With Suo Mingzhang, they would naturally vent their anger on the world beyond worlds, and Yen Zhaoge's group, Astro Sovereign and Sword Sovereign, were supposed to deal with Earthly Sovereign and Immortal Court's subsequent pressure. Yen Zhaoge had always been on guard against the exalted solar luminary. If Gao Han had any hidden tricks up his sleeves, Yen Zhaoge had purposely left a trump card for him. However, something unexpected had happened. The Shadow Demon had successfully sneaked into the world beyond worlds. Although it didn't cause any direct damage, Astro Sovereign couldn't do anything. Ling Qing definitely didn't have a good impression of the heretics of the Immortal Court. If they really came, she would most likely take action. But before that, Gao Han's plan to shake the Rui Scepter engraving at the bottom of Kunlun Mountain would first be completed, and that also meant that Yen Zhaoge's plan had failed. Therefore, while the situation was gradually becoming more and more difficult to deal with, Yen Zhaoge could only prepare to give it a try. Who knew that something would happen in the northern profound heaven realm? Of course, it was not certain that he was a demon. Amidst his thoughts, Yen Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone was hurrying over to the northern profound heaven territory in the world beyond worlds. Outside of the world beyond worlds, within the cosmos' starry skies, Yen Zhaoge's main body within the pill hall temporarily stopped his original plan. In the purple divine pavilion, the dazzling golden light gradually calmed down, and the profound sky purple golden furnace was still enshrouded in mist. However, Yen Zhaoge's consciousness and will return to his fleshly body. It was rare for everything in the world to go according to one's expectations. This time, there were many forces involved, so it was even more difficult to predict the direction of the situation. Having long since been mentally prepared for this, Yen Zhaoge was not discouraged, just that his thoughts spun even more rapidly, adjusting and modifying his plans according to the specific circumstances. Within the Tao universe, the exalted lunar luminary, Ling Qing raised her brows, slightly disappeared. Am I hallucinating? She gazed at the white jade hall in the distance, which was surrounded by a sea of purple clouds. No, it's definitely not an illusion. For a moment, she could clearly feel that the pill hall in front of her was about to develop its own intelligence and turn into a living being with its own thoughts and soul. However, this feeling was fleeting, like an illusion. I heard that in the past, the awakened Sky Hall's hall spirit had developed its own intelligence and managed to survive until the current era. However, since the awakened Sky Hall had fallen into someone else's hands, it meant that the hall spirit had perished. The reaction just now wasn't resurrection. Instead, it was reincarnating into someone else's body. Yen Zhaoge? Ling Qing's gaze was as cold as water, and it was tranquil. Are you trying to use your own soul to turn into the awakened Sky Hall's hall spirit? She waved the long banner in her hand, forcing the Sword Sovereign Yu Xinbei and the Earthly Sovereign Jiangshen to retreat. A ray of white radiance flashed across the dark cosmos and instantly arrived in front of the pill hall. To Ling Qing, no matter if Yen Zhaoge had stopped the ritual's progress or if the ritual had failed, it wouldn't affect her from stopping Yen Zhaoge's current actions. She wanted to nip the potential unstable factors in the bud. The golden red sun and the silvery white cold moon alternated as they arrived above the pill hall. A majestic and profound power suppressed downwards. The purple cloud sea surrounding the pill hall rumbled continuously and was dispelled under the illumination of the sunlight and moonlight. The originally flawless white hall was covered in a layer of gold-and-silver radiance. Even within the purple divine pavilion, Yen Zhaoge could feel the profound sky purple golden furnace that he was suppressing was trembling nonstop. His current cultivation was limited. Naturally, his control over the pill hall wasn't as strong as the hall spirit in the past. If he could transform into the hall spirit, he might be able to contend against the opponent in front of him. However, he might have to bear the risk of having his soul shattered before the transformation was completed due to a moment of carelessness. Naturally, he wouldn't use this trump card as much as possible. Only by doing so, he would be able to suppress the situation and deal with any sudden changes. Facing Ling Qing's attack, Yan Zhaoge remained calm and continued to defend himself. Not only was he resisting Ling Qing's attacks towards the pill hall, he was also stabilizing the shaky connection between the pill hall and the world beyond worlds. The ritual that was going against Yan Zhaoge's formation was Gao Han's handiwork. Now, it was circulating on its own. Ling Qing was only a guardian, and she wasn't the controller of the ritual. As she was outside of the world beyond worlds, her senses towards the northern profound heaven territory weren't as sharp. However, as a virtual immortal, she quickly realized that something was amiss. Northern profound heaven territory, there's even a great devil. Ling Qing's expression changed slightly. No, it's not a devil, but a human? Yes, it's a human. Yan Zhaoge's voice resounded from the pill hall, and a hint of laughter could be heard within it. From the world beyond worlds, black, devilish flames suddenly rushed out and slashed towards the fiery formation formed by Yangsu's body. Wherever the devilish black-blue radiance went, even the flames were incinerated into nothingness. Ling Qing frowned slightly. She used one of her hands to suppress the pill hall and grabbed the holy radiance banner with her other hand. Then she waved it towards the world beyond worlds. The violent sun god wind manifested into a myriad of golden radiances, which instantly filled the entire cosmos. However, the dark devilish qi that was faintly emitting dark blue flames had its strength surging further. The horrifying corrosive power was boundless, and it devoured the heavens and the sun. It devoured all the brilliant sunlight, causing it to be extinguished. For a moment, the sunlight that once illuminated the Tao universe and caused everything else to lose their splendor instantly dimmed. Within the cosmos, a solar eclipse appeared. The ruthless Rahu's dark brilliance devoured everything in its path, as if it was the world's new ruler. The radiance continuously disappeared, and the entire cosmos seemed to have sunk into darkness. Jian Shanhua? Asked Ling Qing calmly. Within the darkness, a chilly moonlight suddenly appeared. It was as if a silver bottle had exploded, and water flowed onto the ground, spreading throughout the cosmos. The thin moonlight didn't expel the darkness. However, it wouldn't be devoured by the darkness either. The silvery white moonlight suddenly changed directions, and the great sun's golden radiance reappeared. Yin and yang interchanged, and the sun and moon interchanged. The two fused together and transformed into surging radiances. They started retaliating against the darkness and continuously shattered the black devilish qi. However, just as the darkness was being pushed back, an even more ruthless and horrifying aura suddenly appeared. Sensing that aura, Ling Qing's calm gaze suddenly turned stern. It's not the devil of aged metals concept. Jian Shanhua, what exactly did you do in the 9 underworlds?